Activity is 8.
Oh,
I know that he died now.
Orius.
He laughed. Oh, I know horrible this.
I'm gonna need that clip because on my side it was so muffled.
Ah, poor boy.
Oh. No, not muted. It just unpicked my microphone. Yay! So yeah, we're not muted. We just went to default microphone because OBS felt like it. I mean, I don't understand that one. That is just weird, but okay. Should be working now though. But yeah, we got the couples therapy pack. So that we can try our hand at couples therapy if we finish the usual normal therapy sessions. But first, yeah. We're gonna continue what we started. I have admittance to come with. I did actually spend part of my work just looking at my YouTube VOD of that one, so that I remember what I did. Remembered who we actually were working with, and tried to like get an idea of what we'd already poked them about. Because waiting a week means, at least for me, that I hardly remember anything. How are you doing though, Dree? You working? I know you said you were lurking, so... I did also add one thing to Firebot. I have a little note to take away your bots over the weekend, because I didn't have time for it today. But I have made myself a proper note, so it shall be done. It shall be done. Also, for tomorrow's stream, we are going to co-stream with Danny. We're going to start with some Phasmo, and we'll bring along anyone who wants to come along with us, and then probably swap to Marvel Rivals after a while and play some of that. So hopefully you guys are interested in a little bit of shenanigans of the usual or unusual kind, depending on how you think of it. Haven't played Phasmo in forever again, so... We're gonna die. Repeatedly. Quite often. And so on. But that's fine. I don't mind. I usually die in Phasmo, as Dree at least knows very well. I do tend to die in Phasmophobia. Also, I need to remember to tell Yu that Galt is not gonna make it on Sunday. Yes. You hear Yu? You heard that? Tell me if you heard it. Then you know. Shall we continue our therapy session then? I think we shall. We're gonna go for this one. That has to be the correct one. I still don't understand why it suddenly stops picking up my microphone. It's so weird. Okay, game. Well, let's get to it. I forgot to do that.
Greetings. I believe you are seeing our actor.
Oh yeah, we're back at our actor crazy dude. He's the one that plays with fucking fire. Yeah, this guy. I'm just afraid to get back into acting because he's afraid of getting everything but universal praise. Self-centered mindset believes it determines that what acting must be. Diminishes the thought and opinions of others. Champion Gaslighter tried to convince me I was attacking him. Sees the world through the theater. And he basically puts things ablaze. We remember Mr. Dramatic.
Yeah, I guess so. Still ain't sure I'm the right therapist for that fella.
Also, how his eyes are yellow while his eyes are like the typical vampire red that you assume you're gonna meet.
There may not be a right therapist for him, but let us think positively. He has put himself in your care, and that is a tremendous step.
That is true. We can't disagree with that.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm thinking it's gonna be an uphill battle, though.
Oh, it is.
At least his core distortion is clear, don't you think? You know what it is, I am sure.
Oh, is it personalization?
It's personalization, right?
Of course, a distortion common to many with narcissistic tendencies.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, it's the Edmund Keane show, all day, every day.
I recognize your disdain, but pause a moment. It must be difficult for Edmund to make everything all about him all the time, don't you think?
Has to be like a shit ton of pressure to like put it. Everything is on you all the
He doesn't
time.
have to make everything about him, though.
He doesn't know that. Keep digging, Samuel. You will find his truth. Choose your distortions well.
Choose your distortions. Well, that's never easy, is it? I'm gonna go get that. Afterwards, that's my tomorrow. I'm gonna ask Exie, because I forgot to ask earlier, if I can sneakily use her latest comm for like just tomorrow and kind of try and see if it works like as a less fancy PNG, but a very in the moment PNG. Would be a cool, right teaser for her upcoming look though. I'll see. What was I doing? I was just double checking something. Let's see if we can find his. So, he has a personalization thing. I think he did a lot of overgeneralizations. Labeling. I think should statements and, control fallacy, it's all on him. I don't think he had a lot of the Nosferatu thinking. He had a lot of emotional reasoning.
I think I'm all holstered up now.
I hope that's good enough.
Very good, Samuel. I wish you patience and compassion. Good luck.
I think we're gonna need patience and
See you
compassion.
later, Andy. All right, now what did Andy teach me?
Breathe.
I think I'm ready. Right on time. I think I hear him coming.
That's time.
Hey, Edmund, good to see you. How you been feeling these past few weeks?
Oh, we're gonna get straight into drama.
Empty. My
Oh,
dear
there it
boy.
is. Yes.
Empty. I am but a vessel made for a single purpose. But alas, and alack, that purpose is in supply most rare.
Oh, there.
You mean acting, right?
Aye, that's the rub. Acting, my dear boy. Acting. My thespian blood goes rancid with stagnation, and the only cure seems to me irreprehensible now.
Aw.
I do not wish to face these mortal directors, for they dare to tell me my art.
Ooh. So he's still on that. He's still very much on the whole fact that nobody should pick on his art.
Ain't that what directors are supposed to do?
Yeah.
Oh, my dear boy. Some are born great, some achieve greatness, and others have greatness thrust upon them. No director can thrust greatness upon the already great. In mine own case, mine greatness hath already been achieved.
Oh boy. He's quite narcissistic, this one.
Well, maybe you can help me understand a little better. You said that greatness was thrust upon you, right? How did that happen?
That's a good question.
Ah, you are curious to hear what circumstances created this actor non pare. I cannot blame you. Well, recounting such a history will please me indeed.
Of course it will, because, it's all about you. This guy is like the personification of it's all about me.
I first rattled the foundations of the stage as a mere babe. Indeed, too young for memory, and yet old enough to command attention. Clad only in swaddling cloth at the age of 4, I was Cupid himself. But my arrows seemingly went astray, for the entirety of the audience fell in love with me.
Aww. Good for you.
It is the stuff of legend. For tender as my mind was, I could not bear witness to my own greatness, but it does prove that I was indeed born great.
Oh boy. Ooh.
But you said greatness was thrust upon you.
It was a matter of necessity. You may not guess it from my gentle speech, but I am no lordling.
And no lordling? Yeah, we kind of guessed. So come from simple terms then, huh?
Selfishly, and surely to spite me, my father shuffled off his mortal coil when I was but a babe in arms, ere I ever graced the stage. It left my mother and myself in dire straits.
That's wrong. Just gonna have to check a little, because it's been a while since I've done this. Gotta be haunted. No. See, we use that in control fallacy. I would still say that's actually personalization.
You said your old man died selfishly. Well, what do you mean?
Well, what kind of a father drinks himself to death when he has a beautiful baby son at home? I at least waited until my son was older before I did the same.
Wow. So, not only are you mad with your father for drinking himself to death, but you did exactly the same, although you waited until your son was a little bit older.
Eddie, come on. Listen to yourself. I'm sure you didn't die to spite your son, just as your pa didn't die to spite you. I ain't gonna deny his choices hurt you, but they weren't all about you.
Forgive me then. 'Tis ever the fate of an actor to feel every emotion more keenly. The situation my mother and I were left in was most precarious.
Now that I don't doubt. I really don't.
We were the lowest of the low, you see. We lived in the rookeries and begged for our bread. But he that hath wit must make content with his fortune's fit. And oh, did we beg.
You did good, didn't you?
She was my Queen Gertrude, and I her filthy little Hamlet. Did I mention I played Hamlet at age 14?
You did now.
No, I hadn't heard that.
Well, anyway, my mother was a competent actress, but it was my wit alone that saved us from destitution. Forsooth, I was so prodigious that, at the age of 7, I garnered the attention of one Reginald Flopbot of the Worthington Flopbots.
I'm sorry, Reginald Flopbot? Of the Worthington Flopbot? Really? Really, my dude? You sure? 'Cause damn.
'Twas he who paid to get me off the streets and into the dormitories. He said, "Edmund, my cherub, the streets are not for you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
One day you will be the greatest of actors."
You know what the first thing I think here is? That's child grooming. I'm probably wrong, but ugh, that just came off so wrong. Because Edmund my cherub, that means that he's seen Edmund as a tiny little baby. As a cherub. My brain just went instantly into, no. No.
Hey, how about that? You went and proved him right.
Piffle. Master Flopbot never gave a fig about my potential. I was a prop to him, a symbol of his generosity and high breeding.
And other bad
He would
things.
stage an elaborate party with all the well-to-do society of London. The dandy fop would stand upon a dais and announce himself as the savior of the city's poor. That was my cue. I would be lowered down from the rooftop, wearing naught but swaddling clothes and a set of opulent
He has a
wings.
different kind of abuse, but still actual abuse.
The gentry's delight was my dungeon, but I would flit among them, reprising my breakout role as Cupid by shooting little arrows of love at them. At the age of 7, it was most disquieting.
Yeah, that's not right.
At 11, on the cusp of manhood, the shame
Yeah, that's
was too
definitely
much to
not
bear.
right.
Dang, Eddie, that sounds awful. That Flopbot fella had no right to do that to you.
No, indeed. I remember my last performance quite vividly. The titters and leering glances from the guests linger ever in the back of my mind.
It makes me wonder, though, if my first hunch here isn't right. That he wasn't only leered at and glanced at, but, taken abuse of after.
And fool that I was, I played my part still. I should have plunged mine arrows into that fool Flopbot's chest instead of shaming myself.
It's kind of control fallacy, but not quite. It's not labeling. Not that. I think it's either emotional reasoning or it's probably personalization again. No,
Edmund was
okay.
just a child. How was he to know what to
No,
do?
it wasn't that.
Why does he excoriate himself for not knowing?
Okay.
And fool that I was,
No, okay.
Edmund was just a child.
and fool that I was.
Is it a control
I played my
fallacy?
part still.
No.
Edmund was just a child.
Overgeneralization
And
then.
fool that I was, I played my part still.
No,
I
okay,
should-
so.
Edmund was just a child.
Okay. Fine.
and
So,
fool
is he
that I
so
was,
he's actually
I
labeling
played my
himself?
part still.
You were a fool for playing
Okay.
your part. What choice did you
Of course it
have,
was.
Eddie?
Duh. Sometimes I overthink the answers.
It is simple logic. Only a fool plays the fool repeatedly. Many a bottom have I known that never played the Dane, preferring the comfort of a familiar role.
Many a bottom have I never played the Dane?
Well, Eddie,
Okay.
it's a little reductive to say that everyone who plays the fool is a bottom. There ain't nothing wrong with letting your partner take the lead.
Oh, ye plebeian! I speak of
Nick
Nick
Bottom.
Bottom, from the Bard's Journey Through Whimsy that is a Midsummer Night's Dream.
Oh. Oh my.
Oh, yeah. Even so, though, if you call yourself a fool, you're doing the same kind of typecasting, ain't you?
I suppose so. Regardless, I did not suffer the indignity for long.
If you suffered it from like 7 to 11 years old, that's already too long.
I swore that night to never be a puppet again. I stole away and gave myself to the mercy of Poseidon. The bargain was struck, and he swallowed up my hated swaddling clothes and wings. In desperation, I signed on with a mercantile shipping agency. I thought perhaps that my body would bend more than my soul. But oh, did I toil! Life upon the sea is most cruel. Biting winds did carve my visage. Low words hardened my heart, and heavy weights left me bent.
Well, he got bent then.
By the time I had fulfilled my bargain with the Lord of the Sea, I had become an older man, my efforts etched into every crease on my face.
Dang, sounds intense. How long were you at this job?
A
An
year?
age, a
6
life.
months?
6 months, each one a hungry leech.
Oh
torn
wow.
from my
An entirety of
bleeding
6 months. At the age of what? 11?
body. I am convinced this gauntlet was prepared for me alone. for ne'er in history has one so blessed by grace been subjected to such toil.
Eddie, I gotta stop you there. It's
that
gonna
one
be
was
a lot
easy.
easier to accept your truth when you realize you ain't alone in your suffering. Hell, there ain't nothing more human than suffering. And historically, kids ain't had it so good.
But none suffered as I suffered. A boy such as I was not meant for such misery.
Ah, oh my.
Compadre, I had my first kill and no home at 12 years old. My brother had a stutter his whole life on account of the regular beatings my stepdaddy gave him. Maybe your suffering felt like the only suffering in the world, but it wasn't. And it'll hurt less when you realize you weren't alone.
That is true. Realizing you're not alone about something is a good thing.
But keep telling me your story. I already know there ain't nobody like you in the world, so don't worry on that account.
Now then, at last, we close the circle, as nature ever demands. I return to London, and into the graces of my dear Uncle Moses and his comely mistress, Charlotte.
Okay.
'Twas she who filled my dramaturgical quiver with dire arrows, fletched by the bard himself. And when my deft fingers plucked the bow of humanity, at last I was free.
Huh?
I cannot speak more plainly. The good woman taught me the works of Shakespeare, and armed with this knowledge, I conquered the stage and saved myself from toil.
Well, I mean, that was more plainly for me. Then again, I apparently do not know enough Shakespeare. Just saying.
Oh, well, right.
And so, you see, the die was cast from the moment I was born. The stage was made for me, and it was my skill upon it that saved me from the streets and saved me once again from a life at sea.
I'm thinking it's again personalization.
Eddie,
Yeah.
my man, I got some good news and bad news for you. The truth of the matter is, fate doesn't give a stable full of horse shit about you. Ain't none of us are that special. The world ain't waiting for us to show up. It's just gonna keep turning.
Perhaps you are right, my dear boy. You are correct. My success was not because of the fates, but in spite of them.
Ooh, well, that's the way to see it.
The fates said, Edmund, you are a child of the slums. But I shamed the immortal hags in my own manner. The stage roused my spirit. Thus I knew my destiny lay upon it.
I'm tempted, because he is very much a personalization dude. No.
Edmund is conflating his emotions with divinations, but I would question his divinity.
So control fallacy, I guess. I was leaning.
Roused my
I'm not sure.
spirit.
No.
Edmund is conflating
Some of
his
them I don't
emotions
get.
with divinations,
Okay.
but I would question his divinity.
Wait.
You
Emotional
got it, Rito.
reasoning, of
you
course.
wanted the stage to be your ticket out of the bad days.
I should write all of these down so I can do a perfect run of it on my own, but I keep forgetting.
Maybe that's why you were
I
so
have them, though.
successful. Your intrinsic motivation made you keep pushing to be better.
Tis so. Tis so. The threat of the rookeries loomed ever upon my overladen spirit. Acting presented itself as a way to keep myself out of them. It is natural that I should weigh its importance so heavily.
Well, that's not wrong.
I can see why acting means so much to you, Eddie. I probably feel damn near the same about the things that got me out of my bad days.
Thank you. Then you understand how my alienation from the theater does pain me so. And yet, the cure is as deadly as the illness.
But is learning something new so bad?
These damnable critics! Not a single lifetime among them, and they deign to challenge my interpretation of the written word. They simply cannot relate to my singular experience. I will bare my soul upon that stage, and they will all sneer and malign it on their internet profiles.
I will bear my soul upon that stage and they will all snare and malign it on their internet profiles. Yeah, that's probably true, to be honest. No.
For someone that lives for adulation, Edmund has a dim view of his fans, don't you think?
Yeah, he does. I think we're back on. No, okay.
For someone that
They simply cannot relate to my singular experience.
No.
for someone that lives for
They simply
I don't know
cannot
what-
relate to my.
You're so
Okay.
certain that them critics are all the same.
Overgeneralization.
But I think that ain't being honest with yourself. Not all critics are bad. It takes work to be good at something, so of course the decent critics are gonna be rarer.
What you say rings true. Indeed, although past critics were flabbergasted at my portrayal of King Lear, not all were. And modern perspectives have affirmed that my interpretation was nothing short of brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you get it. I took a look at your Wikipedia entry last night, Eddie. Maybe you've had a few bad critics here and there, but history says you're a legend, and your work speaks for itself.
Exactly.
Hell, you were around before film was ever a thing, and people still remember you.
Ah, your words warm me, as an ersatz son for the one we have forsaken. With thy help shall I gird my soul mayhap, and grace the
I think we're doing pretty good with
Eddie.
Eddie, apart from me not quite grasping what I'm supposed to
Let's
pick.
talk about that then. What's the biggest thing stopping you from getting back up on that stage right now?
Fair.
That it all simply might not be worth it. Why should I bear my damned soul when the audience hath not the sight to see it?
Maybe I can ask you a question then. What if there were no audience?
No audience? Do you know what a stage is, sir? It is a platform where life in brief may be portrayed. It is a platform because it is separate from the audience. Without such, the stage ceases to be a stage.
True.
As in, if a tree falls in the woods and no one's around to hear it, does it make a sound?
Simply but elegantly put, my dear boy. Without the audience, the stage loses all meaning, like a monarch without a kingdom.
Mm-hmm. Then you might get on stage with an audience, honey.
Let's figure out how we can bring it back to acting. Forget the audience. I know we can't see in mirrors and all, but what do you think of filming yourself?
Brilliant notion. Yes. I shall become my own audience. I shall bring myself to rapture. Forsooth, if I cannot pleasure myself, whom can I pleasure?
We're still talking about acting, right?
Oh, my dear boy. The pleasures of the flesh are secondary to one who knows character above all else.
You just said
If speak of the
secondary.
noble
That's a
art,
second nature.
I shall do as you suggest. If there is one on this lonely orb that can inspire an artist such as I, it is myself.
I ain't sure I'd put it exactly that way, but I think you're touching on the thing we've been talking about. The motivation's gotta come from you, amigo.
We are of one mind, dear boy. Perhaps I left my muse in the mortal realm, but I shall find him once more. Not only for myself, but also for my public.
Mm-hmm.
Yea, the masses flock to my Wikipedia page as moths to a flame, each a silent plea for the return of the one true artisan of the stage.
Now hold your horses there, fella. You're reading a little too much into the whole Wikipedia thing. There's 1.5 million reasons why people might be looking you up.
Yep.
I mean, I hear tell the biggest Wikipedia page out there is the one for that coronavirus that got all them mortals all worked up. And I'm pretty sure they don't want that coming back.
And thus dost thou scuttle a burgeoning friendship with the cannons of enmity. Why must you challenge me so?
Because that's what you need, honey.
That's my job, compadre. Ain't we had some good breakthroughs today? We couldn't have gotten there if I'd been busy agreeing with everything you said.
Oh, very well. But I still say you are most vexatious.
Wow, that's a fancy word. Vexatious.
I've been called worse. I think we got some homework for you, though, right? You're gonna film yourself and do some acting for its own sake. We'll check back in a few weeks. But Eddie, I think you're doing great. We made a lot of progress today.
I think we did pretty good too, apart from me not quite grasping the, the things.
Naturally, the human condition is my oeuvre. Nevertheless, you have been a competent guide. You have reminded me of what is most important in my life.
life. Me. Narcissist much? Yeah.
I should like to give you a gift.
Oh.
Oh, come on. You don't need to do nothing like that.
Nonsense. It
Oh,
is meaningless
okay.
to me, but it is beyond price for you. It is my headshot,
You know
signed
what?
with my autograph.
I will say thank you because he's going to be good and he's going to be all big again.
Oh, thanks, Eddie.
Cherish it always. If you help me to find my muse, then it is a gift even more precious. and I will find it ere we next meet. Of that, I promise you.
Maybe if it gets back to acting and we have a signed picture, then that's
Well,
worth
let's not
something.
put the pressure on, amigo. Just enjoy some acting. That's all I'm asking for. I'll see you in a few weeks then, okay?
Verily, so it shall be. Godspeed then, boy. Thou shalt witness me new and on. Farewell.
And we had no almost blowing up my room, so hey, I'll take that.
A job well done, Samuel. I was particularly impressed at the way you challenged Edmund on what acting means to him.
Yeah, he's a weird fella, but I think he's gonna do okay.
It can be hard for our kind to retain our intrinsic motivation. Something must keep him going. I do hope that he will find his. But you, Samuel, must rest. The work you have done in these past 2 months deserves to be celebrated. So do not linger here in this dusty room.
He said, do not linger here. That is, so let us not linger here. There's a little bit of a discrepancy in the translations here.
Perhaps you can even be encouraged to dance.
Yes!
I think I'm gonna need a lot more therapy myself to get to that point.
Very well, Samuel. Then let us at least make sure you get well nourished. Find a friendly neck downstairs, my friend. You deserve it.
And rest in peace. I like that that greeting or slash goodbye. Rest in peace.
Well, they say don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys, but maybe don't let them be actors either.
Edmund tied the whole identity to the stage because the stage saved him from the streets when he was a kid. Obsessed with the audience, disqualifies positive about any other actors. Okay, so that's one we should have had. Definitely suffered abuse as a kid, still thinking the same as he did as a kid. That stage is always gonna offer salvation. I suggested Edmund try acting for its own sake. He forgot the fun while he was looking for safety. I hope it goes well. We're having Medi next then. I guess that was his weekend off.
Time to dish with Crimson a little. I gotta talk to some more folks though. Andy's mainly my teacher, so I'm starting to feel like Crimson's my only friend. Hey, only friend.
Excuse me?
What?
Oh.
Yeah, Crimson. Hey, Crimson.
Are you blushing, vampire?
No, that ain't possible.
It's all right. It's nice to hear from a vampire who's younger than Jesus. Now, let's hear how this week went before you go out there and find friend number 2.
And Kidri. We don't take cheap viewers on this channel, we only have the most expensive ones.
Alright, real quick. This client of mine, he had a real bad time as a kid. Well, worse than I did, it sounds like. But he found fame early, and now he's talking about fate and how he's destined for greatness again.
Met plenty of destined for greatness folk in DC. I lost patience for it. How do you think you handled him?
I'm gonna say pretty well.
Lessons from the last session. He didn't threaten to jump off a cliff this time or anything. I gave him an assignment to film himself doing something he loves doing. He seemed excited about that.
You're either brave or adorable, Sam Walls.
There's nothing brave about it. As for adorable, well, some have used words to that effect before.
Adorable.
Okay, now I know you're confident enough to get out there. Giddy up.
Giddy
Here
up.
we go. Right to the edge of the dance floor, but not on it. Don't want anyone getting any funny ideas.
Once more alone, I see.
Oh, it's her again. The weird lady.
You scared the shit out of me.
But you can't shed. You're a vampire. Know that I see much, vampire, and that I like what I see.
Oh, it's her again. Well, I was hoping to find a mortal friend, or at least a willing Nick. Now, what do mortals of this time talk about? Whew, cold this week, ain't it?
But you're always cold, because you are dead.
This is true.
That's right. I'm dead. I'm a dead man, as I like to say.
I see.
You see a lot, don't you?
Why don't you tell me what you see?
I see an interesting mortal. Someone observant. Someone who isn't afraid to have their own style.
That is what you observe. It is not what you see.
Oh, fine, you tell me what I see.
You see the long vein across my throat. It looks very juicy, doesn't it?
Probably.
Well, now that you mention it, it does.
Then consent is given. Do not hesitate, vampire.
Ah, shucks, that was something else. You got good circulation there.
I see. And what do I taste like?
Kinda earthy. You could use some iron. What do you eat most often?
I eat a lot of carrots. They're supposed to be good for one's eyesight, and I like to see. I see now that you are tired and wish to enter your state of torpor.
Well, maybe I'll see myself out then.
Ah, dad jokes, we got him.
That's offensive. I'm going to leave now.
That's a dad joke.
Something I said. Well, at least I got a full belly. And now time for
Why
some
was that
shut-eye.
offensive? So, a dad joke style thing was offensive? How rude. How rude.
Good evening, Samuel. I believe you are seeing the Ancient One tonight, aren't you?
Yeah, we're seeing the Ancient One, the streamer.
Ancient One? She's 1,200 years younger than you, Andy.
I suppose I was engaging in a bit of labeling myself. You are, of course, correct. Still, her age presents a unique challenge.
True.
After one lives for 1,000 years, history seems less a line than a fixed point. Speaking of which, I imagine you can guess what distortion an old one such as Medi might fixate upon.
It's Nosferatu thinking. Medi's seen so much history that mortals can only be one way or another for her.
You are not incorrect. She does indeed paint the world with a very old, broad brush, but her true distortion is more specific.
Okay.
It should statements, right? She's pretty locked into her way of doing.
As you know by now, we are all but Medi's shoulds are
Okay,
created
so
by
it's actually overgeneralization.
It's gotta
I
be
wasn't sure.
overgeneralization. She really is basing all her opinions on her experience.
We know the two other things she uses as well then.
Very good, Samuel. I heard tales of her island in my time, but they were never peaceful tales. I am not surprised she finds safety in her narrative. What other distortions do you think Medi might exhibit?
So this one should statements. I think she disqualified the positive. And let's take control of fallacy.
Good to go, boss.
And we took the other two that he mentioned so that we kind of have those.
Then I will leave you to it. Good luck, my friend.
We're not a mouse though. We are not your mouse. Just saying, Miss Bat.
Hello again, strange cowboy man.
It's good to see you again, Mitty. How's the past month been for you?
I went for a walk, just like you suggested. Didn't like it very much.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that. What was so unpleasant about it?
It's very loud outside, and dirty, and smelly. Everywhere I walked, it smelled like mortal food, which is disgusting.
Oh, really now?
They knew how good it felt to drink blood. Maybe they would not eat so much of this
Hey.
pizza food.
We don't shame pizza. Just saying. We do not shame the pizza.
There's so many cars too. I don't like cars. They have hateful faces. They look so angry all the time.
You say? I don't think I've ever thought about my cars being angry.
Stepped in a wee, killed 7 men, and got splashed by a bus. It's really quite awful.
So, okay, that killed 7 men.
You killed 7 men? How the heck did that happen?
Oh, that was inconvenient, you know. Normally I have my zealots do that kind of thing for me. They take care of the bodies. But I had to do all that silly work myself. And now there are always police sirens going off, which interrupts my streams and makes my followers very sad.
Why did that all happen?
Because they found the bodies everywhere, silly. I don't know what to do with my rubbish.
Ah, so she does not know how to hide her.
I meant why the killing.
Yeah.
You didn't happen to make a few assumptions based on past experiences? Why kill a bunch of men?
Oh, well, he looked at me. I know what mortals who look at me are like. If I let them live, they'd probably try to burn me as a witch. I could do nothing but kill them.
Hold on a sec. You know what mortals who look at you are like. How do you know? Are you reading their minds?
I don't have to read their minds, sweetling. I have known manlings for a very long time.
Still overgeneralization, though, sweetheart.
I get what you're saying, but here in this room at least, we gotta be honest with ourselves. Do you really know what they were thinking?
Silly mouseling. I do not need to know what a wolf is thinking to know what a wolf is.
I mean, I can see where she's coming from, but she still doesn't know what they're
Does
thinking.
that mean every wolf you see is gonna try to eat you?
We don't have wolves anymore. They're all gone now.
So maybe you can see where that kind of thinking can be a problem. It was scared people who killed all them wolves, right? Now I know that thinking doesn't come from nowhere. Old as you are, I'm sure you've seen some real awful stuff.
That's right. Haven't killed you, though. You are kind, little mouse.
Well, let's lay off the mouse stuff a little.
I'm sorry. Don't wish for you to scurry away into a little hole. Do you want to hear why I feel the way
Yeah,
I do?
actually, we do. I'm curious about her. She's fascinating.
I would appreciate it greatly, miss.
Let me tell you about men from my time, then.
Oh boy.
Start with me, Da. My father sold me and my mother to a chief of a rival clan for a golden necklace.
Well, that's not a good start.
That is just horrifying.
Oh, don't fuss, sweetling. It was the most beautiful golden necklace. At least 2 girls' worth. My father got quite a deal, really.
You're using humor, but I'm sure that must have been heartbreaking for you.
It was common at the time. I suppose I should have been glad to be the possession of an old chief.
So being the possession of a young chief would probably not be so fun. That's a should statement.
Whose should is that, matey?
Why, everyone thought that. They were ever so surprised when I ran away. Did wish I could feel the way they felt, but I simply could not.
I think most of us vampires had it rough as kids. Maybe most kids have it rough, I don't know. But the one thing I do know is that kids don't come with the same shoulds their parents have got. I think we're learning all them shoulds ended up being a load of horse shit anyway.
I knew girls who did as they were told. They would have been thrilled to have been the concubine of a powerful chief.
Oh joy.
But, oh, he was so old. Cormac O'Neill, the oldest man I had ever seen. I remember thinking, where is his face? Because I could not see it under all his disgusting wrinkles.
How old was the guy?
I mean, he is several centuries old, so I assume he wasn't that old really, but you know, we lived differently back then. Things weren't as simple.
38.
That was pretty old in your time, huh? Wish I'd died at 38. Could have been a better looking corpse.
Well, he left an awful looking corpse. His face was all...
I'm guessing you had something to do with that, huh?
Not me. My boyfriend, Abertach. He told me he'd set me free. I suppose he did. He created a delightful poison for me. He said it would make my dear master die in excruciating pain. So, one night I lay with him, and that means I did sex, and when he was pleased, I fed him the poison mead. Abby did what I couldn't, and the old fool finally died.
It's always actually kind of hard. Again. It's not a should statement. I didn't think
It
so.
sounds as though Medi did her fair share in freeing herself from captivity. It must have been terrifying.
So disqualifying the positives then, perhaps.
So, when
You're saying
Yeah.
your boyfriend
It was
killed
one
your
of these
husband,
two, I wasn't
but it
sure.
sounds to me like you did the real work.
Yeah, because he just made a poison. You did everything
You
else.
mixed up some herbs, sure, but you were the one that had to sleep with the old man and get the poison in him.
Abby made sure I knew it was because of him that I was free. He said it could never have happened without him.
He didn't have to be brave to mix up a potion. I think the bravery was all you, Medi. Don't disqualify the idea that the person who set you free was you.
You know, I think you're absolutely right, strange cowboy man. I did do all the work,
Yes, you did.
but Abby never let me forget that he was the one who freed me. He wanted me to worship him.
So from the fire, not from the... yeah, from worse to even worse?
A
From
fellow
bad
who
to
demands
worse.
to be worshipped is always going to be a dangerous man.
True.
Dangerous men have always been drawn to me. Must be something about the way I am.
So what happened after you killed Cormac?
The Neil clan came after me and Abby. They found him, took their swords and went, stab, stab, stabby, stabby, stab, stab, stab.
Mhm.
But Abby just laughed. That's how I found out he was undead already. Gave me the
Ah,
best.
so vampire boyfriend.
When they couldn't kill Abby, they decided to kill me instead. And that made him very upset indeed, because I belonged to him.
That must have been terrifying.
I suppose. Mostly hurt. Lots and lots. Getting stabbed is much fun when you're immortal.
So it's more fun when you're a vampire? I mean, could still hurt.
I ain't too fond of it as a vampire neither.
Exactly.
Abby fed me his blood, though, and then I became like him. When I woke up, the Nail Clan who tried to kill us were all properly dead.
Can you be unproperly dead?
Well, almost dead. They still had a lot of blood left, and I was hungry.
So basically, he fed her.
The Nail Clan was ever so cross, though. They captured Abby and sealed him in a tomb with some forgotten spells. He's still there, as far as I know.
Good for you, then. Oh, is that the magician she talked about? The one she was afraid that if he got free... Yeah, it has to be him. It has to be him. Because last time, she talked about somebody she was afraid would be freed. And if that's this Abby person who made her and wants to have her as... and wants her to basically worship her, yeah, I can see where the fright comes from.
What happened to you?
I didn't have a future with my tribe. I insulted both my clan and Cormac's clan by killing their chief. My only choice was to be alone. That's the wisest choice.
Medi seems to think in extremes, not
No,
in
but that's
common,
Nosferatu
honest ancient
thinking.
as She is. She had
I did.
That kind of all-or-nothing thinking could get us in trouble. If we think all is lost, we're liable to do things we wouldn't normally do. I know I did some stuff I regretted in them moments, and I sure wish I'd taken a breath and stepped back in all them time.
You sound so sad when you say that, funny cowboy man.
I'm all right. I'm just saying, you're a capable lady. You've always got more options than you think in a bad moment.
Oh, but you're just a child. I don't want you to be sad.
Well, let's focus on you, huh? You say you've been living alone ever since then?
That's a long time to live alone.
Of course, my silly cowboy man. We aren't mortal anymore. We will always end up alone. Why waste my time?
No?
again. Medi deals in extremes.
Ah,
Long life.
Of course, my silly cowboy.
Come on, Medi.
yeah.
You're distorting a lot of reality there. All vampires.
So she said
ain't
a lot of
lonely.
Nosferatu
Some of us
thinking.
choose to be, but not all of us. Sure, mortals have a habit of dying, but there will always be more of them. Not to mention all the vampires out there. Heck, I used to be in a vampire gang. Cult. Well, kind of both. They weren't good company, but they certainly weren't lonely. I mean, ain't we talking? There's loads of vampires out there who think like you do, and they're fulfilling their own prophecies of loneliness.
You're being a mean little mouse now, and I don't like it very much.
Aww.
Maybe I should have killed you after all.
Nah.
I'm trying to help you, Mitty. The world's changed a lot in the last 1800 years. A lot of it bad, but a lot of it good too. By and large, most people ain't burning witches and selling their daughters. That sort of thing's frowned upon by mortals these days. There are laws out there to protect folks now. It ain't like in old times.
May I tell you a story, little mouse?
All right, tell me a story.
Once upon a time, there was a very pretty young lady. Pretty, but also crazy. Like me.
Mm-hmm.
The pretty young lady Mary had moved in with her cousin, Mrs. Hultridge. At first they got along quite well. But one day, Mary started acting naughty. She would shout, act unladylike, and even say that Jesus Christ wasn't very special. Mrs. Hultridge liked Jesus Christ very much and wanted Mary to like him too. When she didn't, this embarrassed Mrs. Hultridge. She began to think something was wrong with Mary. After all, who didn't like Jesus Christ? Mrs. Hultridge said that Mary had begun to vomit up pins and buttons, nails, glass, and bits of wool. Instead of being grateful for the free gifts Mary was vomiting up, Mrs. Hultridge said that she had been attacked by 8 witches in spectral form.
Okay, I actually thought she was gonna say that she had been possessed by a demon. Not 8 witches in spectral form.
Just so happened that all 8 of those witches lived very close to the town where Mrs. Hultridge lived. Despite their magical prowess, the 8 witches were captured and put into the stocks, and all the people of the town were told that the women did not like Jesus Christ at all. So the Jesus Christ-liking people threw rotten vegetables and poo at the witches. And, just for fun, they gouged out the eye of one of them.
Lovely, huh?
Then they kicked the witches out of town and lived happily ever after. The end.
Well, that ain't a pleasant story.
Oh, it was very unpleasant. It hurts very much to have your eye taken away. But
Oops.
I like my new eye. It's fun. I was 1500 summers old or so when that happened. The world hadn't changed much then. I don't think it's changed much now.
I think if you are unlucky, you'll always find those kind of people.
I'm sorry that happened to you, Mitty. You're right. Folk can be pretty awful when they get riled up. That ain't changed.
Oh, don't be sorry, little mouse. I like my new eye.
Oh god,
Listen,
she killed the
it's
entire
adorable.
village, didn't she?
Oh yeah? What's that?
After I had my eye taken away, I took Mrs. Hultridge's parts away too, one by one until she died. It was so much fun.
That's a little morbid, Mitty.
A little bit. But you know what? I kind of understand her.
Morbid Mary. Oh, I like that. That's very clever, little mouse. But you see why I'm careful now?
Yeah, I get it. But look, there's one thing that's different now, and that's... It's what we're doing right now. In all that time up till now, therapy ain't never existed. We only just started looking at ourselves and the way we think.
I figured that would be the right thing. I'm not sure if it was.
Before recent times, we only looked at gods, government, and society. The self is a new frontier, and we're learning stuff we never considered before. The frontier can be kind of scary, but being on that frontier means moving forward. Come with me.
Silly mouse. If something feels scary, that means that there must be something to be scared of.
Doesn't really have to be.
I know you've been through a lot, and you got damn good reasons for being careful. But there's a reason you came to me, right?
Yes, but it wasn't because I wanted to go outside. It's because of my fans. They're very demanding.
Right. That's why we were talking about your going for walks and went down this rabbit hole.
Or, in your case, a mouse hole.
Anyway, therapy usually ain't about just one thing. It's about lots of things. If the problem is your fans, we gotta imagine unlife without them, right?
Don't want to lose them all. Some of them are gentle. They're too weak to hurt anyone, which is why they don't.
You really think weak people would hurt others if they were stronger?
Little Mouse, I've been alive for a long time. I believe what my eye shows me. Yes, if one is capable of hurting another, they do.
I mean, I can't exactly say that she's wrong. I feel she's probably a little bit right, but not everyone.
They can, but they don't always. You ever seen them capybara animals?
Solace Alien just raided with 3 viewers.
Thank you for the raid, Solasi. How was your stream? I hope it was good. What did you play? And welcome in. We're having a tiny therapy session here with Miss Vampire. She's about, what was it? 1800 years old? I think she's like, it was 3000 years old. Vampire Therapist 2, it's a fun game, right? Have you finished it, or are you like middle of it, something like that? I did get the extra, it's great, yeah. I love her. She's us though, basically. She's a little streamer, which is always fun. I just enjoy that you think you're nearing the end? Ah. Did you get the new thing? The couple therapy? Medi is great. Absolutely love her. Even though she keeps calling us a little mouse. I mean, I would let her, just because she's her. Makes you wonder though. Are there any like vampire streamers out there? Little mousy with the whiskers. Yeah, I have their new DLC, the couples therapy, so kind of looking forward to stepping into that. If vampires exist, wouldn't be surprised. Me too.
Thank you for
Imagine
joining
though,
us.
just imagine it. Say that you're human and you realize that the person you're having therapy with is telling you things that they couldn't possibly be allowed to do, right? Or how are you telling me this as if you were there? Yeah, I also am like, I gotta finish the non-DLC part first and then we can touch the DLC. It's all good. We have time to be very therapeutic here, but yeah. And thank you for the follow. We keep them anonymous, so you can say hi if you want to, or you can lurk if you want to. But yeah, it's a very interesting type of game. I'm having a lot of fun with it. And I think all characters so far are... The one I think I'm gonna have the biggest issue with is the doctor, the Jekyll and Hyde person, who basically has 2 persons inside. The very strict one and the all-out party animal, killer of all, don't care. It's gonna be interesting to meet him again. Yeah, Dr. Drain. And what was his alter ego's name? Because he had a different name as his alter ego. I call him Jekyll and Hyde because that's basically what he is. Thank you for redeeming second tech. Yeah, Lord Luridus. I think I called him Lord Ludicrous. Thank you for the yeet. Yeeting yourself in as per usual. Yeah, I think I called him Lord Ludicrous because I read it wrong the first time and it kind of just stuck there. And then you have Edmund. Edmund is just funny. Talk about being your own worst enemy at the same time being your greatest fan. All in one little ball of tension. They've made such interesting characters. I really love them for that. Thank you for the bitty stack.
Tech Lifts just cheered 100 bits.
Something, Ghost.
Show yourself, you bitch.
Oh boy, that's
Surely
loud
you're
there.
kidding, just raided with
Hi,
2
Sholly.
viewers.
They're really great characters all around. You kind of like all of them. How was your, yeah, run off. Thank you again for
Show
the...
yourself.
Thank you again for the raid.
Manifest. Give me an EMF 5. EMF 5, EMF 5.
Is it still in that room?
EMF 5.
EMF 5. No. Raid and run. Go, go, go. Thank you for raiding in, and I hope you had fun with Shadowbringers. Off you go. Raiding and running is 100% fine. But yeah, let's keep going with Medi. Medi is, so far, I think a little bit of my favorite.
They're dang massive rodents and could do some damage if they wanted to, I reckon.
Oh, yes. Oh, they're very cute. People like to share animated pictures of them in my community.
Of course.
Some folk are like that. They just want to sit around and have someone scratch their bellies.
Is that what you want, little mouse?
No.
Do you want me to scratch
I love you, Medi,
your
but
belly?
no.
What? No. I'm just saying, don't assume everyone's out to hurt someone. Yeah, it happens. Of course it does. But that kind of thinking ain't giving folks their fair shot.
How you doing, Dotek? All good.
Don't know what I'll do if I don't have my followers. I can't live the way I used to before the machines took over.
Isai's good. She's a little tired, but you know what? That's fine. I'm allowed to be tired. I had massage earlier today. And for those wondering, my massage is not what you're thinking. My massage is an hour of breathing exercises and pain, but it helps. You okay? That's good.
Oh, they expect so much of me now. They send me messages all night and all day. They need...
Does this sound
content.
familiar to somebody here? They need content. I will say this. This is why I don't want this streaming, content creation, all of that to be my full-time job. Because I feel you will end with this. This right here. That you get, like, if you have 1 million fans, yeah, they're gonna demand content. They want you to be available for them at all times. I couldn't do that. I wouldn't manage. That's why I will forever keep saying that I want to do this as a hobby, to have fun, and never to become like huge and live off it. Because that's not my goal.
God, if I don't give them their content, they'll all leave. Their attention spans are like those of little bugs, but they're not as cute.
This is one of these, but I think it's extremes.
Okay. I think we need to talk about moderation.
Yes, but not mods, but moderate.
Oh, I already have moderators.
See, I knew she was gonna say that.
Content creator has to have.
I have mods and I'm not even a major content creator. I just am lucky.
I don't know what that stuff means. I'm talking about moderation in your thinking. What if you gave your fans only what you felt comfortable giving?
Doesn't matter what I want, silly mouse. They just want me to overreact to video games.
Medi, you're thinking that mortals want only one type of content is forcing you to make only one type of content.
This is true.
Your assumptions are keeping you from doing things you like, and you deserve to do things you actually enjoy.
You're very kind. I thought cowboys were supposed to be tough.
Well, they can be.
Who says I ain't? I just don't have nothing to prove no more. Here, why don't we try something new for next time, since going out didn't go so well last time. I want to challenge you to take a day off. Don't answer any messages, don't post no content. Just do something for you and you alone. Take a sick day.
Oh, that's gonna be hard for her, isn't it?
But we never get sick.
Take a day off, honey. Take a day off.
They don't know that, do they? One day. That's all I'm asking for. You need to give yourself a little space.
Mm-hmm.
Very well. Since you've been a very kind mouse, I'll do it for you.
I'd prefer it if you did it for you, but we'll work toward that, huh?
Maybe she likes having a day off. I always keep wondering that, like, the biggest content creators, do they ever get time off? Because I don't think so. I think you kind of work 24/7.
Oh, I wish I had a big piece of cheese to give to you right now.
A lactose intolerance is kind of a side effect of death, but I appreciate the sentiment. I'll see you in a month then, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Great. I'll see you then.
Bye.
Poof.
You are doing well, my friend. I know we old ones can be rather inscrutable sometimes.
Yeah, he's even older than her, though.
She's human. We all are, ain't we? The way I see it, we all got the same problems one way or another.
Your wisdom never fails to impress, Samuel. I believe it is time for you to follow your own advice to Miss Mitty, however. All work and no play makes for a dull vampire, as they say.
Yeah, you're probably right. I might hit the hay early and do a bit of reading.
If you must take out some aggression on Hay, then please do so. I shall see you soon, my
You
friend.
must take us an aggression on Hay.
Good night, Andy.
He didn't know that one. Good one. Good one. Very good one.
Dang. Wonder how I'll feel about humanity when I'm 1800. Heck, I wonder whether they're leaving the planet.
Ooh. Meddy's got a real good reason for not being fond of mortals, but it might be narrowing her worldview. Real bad history was sold to a rival warlord and killed by a wizard. I guess wizards are real now? Abandoned by her clan after she killed her new husband and became a vampire. Was pilloried as a witch in the 1700s and had her eye removed. She thinks it's pretty funny. Sounds disgusted by her followers. I'll try to encourage Maddie to do more things she likes for her own sake. And get outside more. Not sure you're gonna get it outside more though.
I guess it's time to drown my existential woes in blood. Howdy there, Crimson.
You're sounding a little weary there, cowboy. You getting enough to drink these nights?
Oh yeah, that ain't it. Just existential ponderings.
That's just my specialty. What's eating you, buckaroo?
I love Crimson, by the way.
It's this old client I got. She's been watching humanity hurting itself for 1800 years.
Ooh.
Every time she expected better, she got hurt. She ain't wrong to mistrust mortals.
That's a tough one. What do you do with someone like that?
Well, I tried to guide her to look inward like I do with everyone. People are people, but so is she.
How do you think she took it?
I mean, at first she took it kind of poorly, but at the end I think she took it pretty well.
I think she appreciated the focus on her. I can't answer for all humanity, but maybe she can get answers from herself.
I mean, you always have to get the answers from yourself. Getting from all of humanity doesn't really do much.
I think you could stand to listen to yourself, Ranchero.
Mm-hmm.
You could have been a mean old Dracula, and nobody would expect anything different from you. Reckon there have always been people like you, no matter how bad it's been in history.
Uh-huh.
Dang, Crimson. I can see why Andy respects you so much. You done some living, sounds like.
Death at the door can put things into perspective. I get where your client is coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Changing the world isn't gonna happen, but we can at least change ourselves.
And I think that's the key there. You cannot change everyone around you, but you can change yourself and your own perspective. I like that idea.
I don't think that's true. The country I left definitely ain't the country I was born in.
The wheels turn a little slowly for us mortals, cowboy. Back in DC, I was trying to push policy to do something about our poverty problem, but the kind gentlemen across the street were pretty happy to make things worse. When I got my cancer diagnosis, that was my wake-up call to stop getting disappointed and start living with the little amount of time I had left.
Working at a bar is more rewarding than being a member of the bar, huh?
Not bad, cowboy. It's got its charms.
Ooh.
Here, I whipped up something
That's
special
the tea. I think we had this tea before.
That ain't half bad. Got a refreshing taste.
Rose hips. Just a little something extra. Been experimenting with some herbals for Andy.
We like testing your experimentations.
Guess old dogs like us can still learn new tricks. Thanks, Crimson. I think I'll hit the hay now.
You hit that hay, Desperado. I'll see you later.
Got a lot on my mind tonight. I think I need some rest. Now, what should I do to relax?
Hey, we have his picture there. Look. Watch a man get his butt burned with a hot iron. I'm sorry.
I
Yes.
sure am grateful that Andy has some classic cinema to watch in here.
Oh, the Three Stooges. Champ, Larry, and Moe. I have no relationship with these guys. Sing a song of sixpence. They're a little bit before my time, I believe. I'm actually not sure. I've only heard about him. Pip-Boy, Larry Mo... I couldn't read that. That was dumb. Cleaning, pressing, and something. So he's cleaning?
That is the toughest spot I ever tackled.
Did he just drink his cleaning fluids?
Yeah, give me a hand, will you? I can't now. I gotta finish my pants.
Hey, fellas, listen to this letter. Gentlemen.
That ain't for us. We're not gentlemen. Speak for yourself.
Gentlemen. We're not gentlemen? Really?
To inform you that unless overdue payments for tailoring equipment are made within 24 hours, we will repossess said equipment. Balance now due $321.86. Skin and Flint Finance Corporation. I, Fleesom, President.
They'll put us out of business. What'll we do? You guys worry about that. I'm too young to worry and get wrinkles on my pretty little face.
Oh, really now?
Music to cheer us up.
Too pretty, huh? Too pretty.
News flash.
This is a good one.
Police are frantically scouring the town in search of Terry Slippery-Fingered Hargan. Hargan has robbed his 18th consecutive safe in 9 days. A large reward is offered for his capture. Does your car have indigestion? Does it burp in the morning? Try No Burpoline, the only gasoline.
Okay. Burpoline.
Hargan and collect the reward, then we can pay our bills.
I'm sorry, that's just funny.
Hargan is going to walk right in here and let you capture him. You're nuts. We're going to be paupers. Paupers.
Are you kidding? We're not even married.
Why don't you be quiet? Oh, think.
Well, anyway, I got the spot out.
Yeah, it's burned out. You dumb?
Oh, boy. Am I a sap?
I can't think when I'm hungry. Oh, a funny man. What's the matter with you?
What did I do?
Who wants lunch?
I do. Stay decent, too, will you?
Okay, coming up.
This like, I wonder since they can like have it in here. Wait, he's okay. He's making lunch on the.
Boy.
The same press you press the clothes with. I'm wondering if these are old enough to no longer have any rights to them. Maybe that's why you can use them like this.
Well, here we are. What are you stalling around for? Oh. You know you got a rush order to get out? Get Mr. Grant's pants and hand press them. All right, but where are they? I pinned them up in the shade. What'd you do with them? I didn't touch them. Uh-oh. Here, hurry up and press those. What are you standing around for?
Oh my god. Is that possible? Okay, other way around, sweetie. Other way around. Bad old humor.
you double-crosser!
Well, definitely double crossing.
Wise guy, this time I'll close you. Oh, no. I'm sorry, Mo. Oh, think nothing of it. Oh, gee, thanks. Hey, you're welcome.
Don't quite get this one though, I admit it. I think we'll get that plus. Yeah.
Time to visit Dreamland. Maybe I'll see my princess there.
Maybe you will. Is it our turn to have therapy now?
Samuel, my dear, I do look forward to our chats. How are you feeling tonight?
I gotta confess, boss, I'm a little down. I love helping other vampires, but getting therapy myself sometimes ain't much fun.
I understand. Looking in the mirror is difficult for any human, much more so when they don't cast a reflection.
You ain't kidding. It just seems like there's always work to do, you know? Like my walking in the woods for 90 years wasn't nearly enough time.
I dare say you are correct. I believe that we must never cease our walking in the woods. There is no mystery deeper than that of our own existence.
I wonder how do you get tired, do you think, you guys? After a while, when you've done this for so long, do you think you actually get tired of it? To be a vampire? When you lived so long, you've seen so much? How do you keep it fun?
Where do vampires come from anyway?
That is a question.
Well, Samuel, when two vampires love each other very much...
Ha ha ha.
Come on, boss, that's not what I'm asking. Where do we come from?
The answer to that is much older than recorded history, my friend. But let us focus on you.
Yeah, but,
You should start with some meditation and determine what thoughts are most important to you.
I hate the meditation part, but we'll try.
Close your eyes and envision your place of comfort.
Back in the woods we go.
I ain't good at being a therapist. Is my hat weird? Ich bin Sam. Ich bin ein cool man. Election looks real bad back home.
Well, now we're
Dr.
getting
Drake
real.
thinks I'm brain damaged. Why'd my mama have to marry that asshole?
Oh, hello. Oh, okay.
When's the sunrise? The Senora hates my guts.
Oh, she doesn't.
Sure wish you were still here, Jeb.
Who's Jeb? We haven't heard anything about a Jeb before.
Actors need help, that's for dang sure.
Actors need help. But I don't think Signora hates her guts.
Wish I had more book smarts.
I think he does wish for that, though.
Bet he scares the heck out of me.
Does she?
You're an idiot, Sam, hurting all them folk.
Now that's an important one.
Why'd I join up with a gang in the first place?
That's a good question, isn't it? I think we're just acknowledging thoughts, literally.
How are you feeling, my friend?
Pretty good. I gotta say, my head's been a mess of thoughts lately. I think I was afraid of therapy today.
Why is that, my friend? What thoughts came up?
Well, after last time, I think I was stewing a bit. Just being real angry at myself for joining that nasty cult in the first place.
That would be disqualifying
They preyed on the
politics.
vulnerable, as cults tend to do. If you
True.
had been a man of means with a robust support system, I doubt they would have noticed you.
Yeah, I know. And honestly, I'm mad about that too. I mean, my country did me real wrong and put me in that sorry state to begin with.
This sounds like a proverbial can of worms.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, you could definitely say that. After we talked last time, I kept thinking, what could I have done differently? And the answer amounts to horse shit. All that law-breaking I did, all that murdering and stealing and doing no good, that was my country failing me.
Let us slow down, Samuel. You are making a bit of a logical leap. I have great admiration and empathy for you, my friend, but it is disrespectful to those you hurt to blame anyone but yourself.
I mean, I guess I could have died. Suppose that would have been kinder. But that's a lot to ask a boy to do.
I am not suggesting that you should have died, and I do not suggest that your country was without fault. However, your country had its role, and you had yours.
Agreed.
You are using a cognitive distortion called blaming. When we engage in blaming, we ignore or wipe away our own faults, attributing them to someone or something else. Our faults are precious, Samuel. We cannot be ourselves without them. Do not wipe them away.
Yeah, we're not us without them.
I mean, I just wish things hadn't been the way they were. If my country had taken a better trail, maybe I would have turned out different.
That's still blaming.
Differently. I am sorry to interrupt, but Signora Deste might correct you less gently. Now then, perhaps it would help to put blaming into perspective. It is always humbling to see ourselves in the mirrors of our minds, is it not? Let's try some examples. See if you can tell.
Hydrate. Lucial hydrate. Thank you for that. I can't wait to get the new... Eventually get all the new things that I'm planning to get, because I'll have a little hydrator. Thank you for the hydrate, though.
I turned into a bat the other day and flew right into a tree. Who put that tree there?
Blaming someone else, or the tree, for you being clumsy, that ain't gonna do anyone much good.
It's like my father once, when I was much younger, he came up home and he said he had crashed a car. Nothing bad, nobody got hurt or anything, but he had smashed the car into a light post. And he basically came home and said, you know what, light post needs to stop to move into the middle of the road all of a sudden. I laughed.
I smacked into my fair share of trees back when I was a youngster, but that was definitely my fault.
Of course, there is no shame in being a novice flyer as a young vampire, but we can be insecure creatures. That's our humanity at work.
But what if a vampire doesn't have any humanity left? If you kind of lose all of your humanity, is that what happens?
I was unable to perform in bed with Crimson the other night. It must have been her fault.
Dang, that is some blaming. Takes two to tango, boss. Maybe there's some bad blood brewing between you two, and I wish I hadn't heard about it.
Do not worry, my friend. Crimson and I bring each other great satisfaction.
I like him.
All right, I get it.
I said nothing lurid, Samuel. Why are you so distressed?
He lonely.
Singing great satisfaction. It's like hearing your parents talking about their sex lives. I mean, not that you're... I mean, forget I said it.
All right, Samuel. Let us move on.
He's definitely my favorite vampire.
The interface on this widely used new vampire dating app is so modern. How do they expect anyone to use this cursed thing? We are trying to identify only the...
Okay, so it's blaming all the way?
Please concentrate. The interface...
Come on now, boss. Not every app out there is designed too good, but we can't expect machines to run themselves. Well, that's some blaming right there.
You are correct, Samuel. It was only hypothetical, of course. I do endeavor to keep up with the times.
That has to be hard. You know, if you're 3,000 years old, imagine all the things you have to keep up with. All the time.
By the way, thank you again for teaching me Control-V and Control-C the other night. What a delightful trick.
Oh yeah, way faster than going through the edit menu all the time.
You youngsters always find the latest tricks. Let's keep going though. Did you see the football game the other night? My preferred team played with great skill and should have won. The referee was clearly an agent of the Dark Lord.
Mm-hmm.
And now hold on, Andy. I think I saw the game you're talking about, and you're just blaming the ref for your team's mistakes. You got a great tight end, but one that plays a little dirty.
Typiskt. Är tidlig ute du.
Excuse me?
Excuse you?
I didn't mean it like that. Oh, heck, I can't talk right today.
It's quite all right. Isn't getting dirty the point of play? It is the fault of the cursed sun that we must live in darkness.
The sun can't help being the sun, so don't go blaming it. The way I see it, we got our place. That ain't nobody's fault.
Well done, Samuel. Perhaps the sun is even more brilliant in our memories, and seeing the real thing would spoil it.
Or be a daywalker. We know they exist.
Well, that's one way of thinking about it.
You definitely got a nice tight end. I have seen your tight end. It's nice.
I think I get it. I ain't trying to erase what
I
did.
seen your workout.
I'm just bitter that I felt like I had no choice at all. And it all goes back to the United States taking my daddy away for their manifest destiny. I'm mad at him too. Dying for his country. What kind of nonsense
come on.
is that?
You're
His
blaming.
country pay him back. By making my poor ma marry a drunk who beat the daylights out of her and his kids? Ain't no damn wonder I turned out the way I did.
Oh boy.
That must have been devastating, Samuel. Countries are not human. They cannot feel. And stories such as yours prove it.
I mean, what the hell, Andy? My daddy's corpse didn't give a shit about no United States of America. It's kind of funny when you think about it. He died fighting the British so the U.S. could say they own Missouri. Who the fuck cares?
Whoa there, boy. That's some aggression.
I'm telling you, Andy, the best thing about being dead is realizing how little that nationalism crap matters.
Desire for identity can create monsters worse than we. What happened after your father died?
That is very true.
Well, we didn't have nothing. The money was running out, so my ma got married to a hard man who drank even harder. He beat up my older brother, Jeb, for fun. And once Jeb started fighting back, dear old stepdad came for me. And that's when my brother killed him.
Ouch. Goddamn, son. You know what? I'll give Sam more and more props for being a therapist and wanting to help others when you start to kind of understand what his life has been like.
It sounds like a tragedy from my own country's mythology. I am sorry that such a thing happened to you, Samuel.
The instance his brother started to fight back, he went for the younger one. Because it's easier, you know. That's horrible.
No kidding. We went on the run together, but he was the one who kept us alive and fed, mostly through stealing and begging. Once we stopped being cute, begging didn't work anymore, so we moved up to robbing and killing. Killed my first man at 12, and then it got a little too easy.
That is young. I cannot imagine how difficult that must have been, Samuel. My country asked me to kill at 20, and I still remember how devastating it felt.
Hi, Daddy. You're streaming. Go back to your stream.
Yeah, well, nobody told me to do it. Like you said, that was all me. I don't think anyone was surprised either.
Oh, you ended early? Alright then. Then welcome in. Do you want therapy? Because we're having therapy. Oh yeah, if you want. As long as you want to. We are doing Phasmo and Marvel. For as long as you want. Or as long as we want. But also remember, you are always okay to say that you're not feeling it. I will be, so yeah. There. But yes, I am 100% ready. I mean, as ready as I can be since I haven't played. We're gonna die so much in Phasmo,
My
though.
brother and I rode into a town. You should have seen the way people looked at us. They knew we were trouble, and we were determined as hell to prove them right.
A moment, Samuel. I believe this is an opportunity for some growth.
It's them distortions again, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Celindrail just raided with 7 viewers.
Thank you, Cel. Hope you had a good stream. I saw you were playing Marvel. Marvel Heroes. How did it go? Did it go well? Did you do good? They're ending their first season today? Something like that? Yeah, it's nice with the recovery day though, Danny. Just take your time and recover and rest. Yeah, distortions.
The air is human, as they say. Do not be discouraged. There is something in what you just
I've
said
seen
that
you play a
cannot be
bit, and I
sure
think
of.
you
Tell me what
play
it is.
Rocket, right? I've sneak watched you a bit. I just lurked. I always try and look at my friends on my friends' streams when they're streaming. I don't always say anything, but I always try and lurk. Hello there. So, what do we call you then? Gaming Wiz? Or level 99 Gaming Wiz? Because that's long. But yeah, we are, as you can see, therapy session. We're currently actually touching on Wiz. Okay, Wiz it is. Good to see you. I think I've been lurking in your stream a couple of times too while I was working. I am a massive lurker. I very seldom say anything, but I find every reason to open up streams and just have them on while I work, because I work from home. So I always have my PC up and running to have other stuff up while I do my job. Oh, I'm still loving this game. It takes you down thought lane. I mean, this is basically, they've done this with an actual therapist, so you know that this isn't just bullshitting. And right now we're touching on Sam, our boy here. And we're touching on his story and his relationships. And he's had a pretty rough childhood. Killing your first man at 12. Having your stepdad basically try and beat the crap out of you. Do not be discouraged. There's something that you just said that you cannot be sure of. Can you tell me what it is? That one. The people knew we were trouble.
I guess there ain't no way of knowing that people thought we were trouble.
Mm-hmm. You assumed they thought you were trouble.
That's right, Samuel.
Yes.
There is one way of knowing exactly what they were thinking, and that would be to read their minds.
Need to go back to therapy? I keep being told I should be a therapist, so I figured I'd do my best with a therapy game. Ooh, that joke. What did a judge say to the dentist? Do you swear to pull the whole tooth, and nothing but the tooth? Mm-hmm. I see it. Did he have a Bible, though?
Thus is the cognitive distortion called mind reading.
Ooh.
Yes, we can weigh evidence and make predictions, but never with complete certainty.
That's true. We can assume a lot of things, but it doesn't mean that we're right. What? Don't you like the dad jokes, Tech? Well, yeah, but...
I was a dirty little thieving murderer. I don't blame him for judging.
That is blaming, honey.
First, that's labeling.
Yeah.
Second, one of those people might have been patient and gentle, one that had an experience like yours. You cannot know. With your mind reading, do you see how you made everyone your enemy?
Yeah, you decided that they didn't like you up front.
Yeah. You're right. You're damn right.
Aww.
No one expects a child to be perfectly aware of themselves and the world, Samuel. Remember, start with compassion for yourself. Here, let us do an exercise to help you recognize mind reading.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ would have disliked the idea of anal intercourse.
That's just an assumption. But it's not mind reading.
Crimson is upset with me because I forgot to take out the garbage. I know because she told me so.
So she told him so. He knows.
I sent my friend Vlad an internet message, and he left it on read. He must hate me.
That's some mind reading for sure.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way you know what Vlad's thinking. Maybe he wasn't ready to answer, or maybe he forgot.
I love this.
Excellent, Samuel. That's correct. There are endless reasons why Vlad would leave my messages on read, and only Vlad knows them. Reading too much into an internet message is a massive waste of time.
True.
Well, the Pony Express was a lot healthier, I think. This internet stuff makes people get real nutty.
I don't know if the Pony Express was healthier, but at least, yeah. I mean, I get it.
Mortals are in more of a rush than we are, I'm afraid. Let us continue. One of the patrons of my club was having dirty thoughts about me. I know because I read his mind with my vampiric powers.
Well, I kind of know, assuming he can actually do that.
I told our bouncer, Bert, a funny joke the other day. He was quiet, but very amused.
Do you know this?
You did not find all the instances of mine? Jesus Christ would have disliked the idea. Crimson is upset with me because I sent my friend Vlad an internet message.
Okay.
One of the patrons of my club was having dirty thoughts about me. I know because I read his mind with my vampiric powers. I
wonder if it's this one, Bert.
A funny joke the other day. He was quiet, but very amused.
How the heck would you know if Bert was amused by your jokes? That's clearly mind reading.
You are correct, Samuel. No one knows what Bert is thinking.
No, nobody knows what Bert is thinking.
I like to think he dreams of butterflies. But who can say?
He might.
I don't think he's thinking of butterflies.
Then you are mind reading, Samuel. Let Bert be Bert.
Yeah, I guess so.
You did not find all the instances of mind reading, Sam.
Okay, so there's
Jesus
more.
Christ would have disliked the idea of anal intercourse.
You can't know that, though.
I know that's mind reading right there. Unless you asked Jesus Christ himself and he told you, there's no way you'd know how he feels about butt sex.
Very good, Samuel. Many in my time have claimed to know the mind of Jesus Christ, and none of them have ever even met him.
Did you meet him?
You were there when he was kicking around. You ever meet him?
No, that part of the world was never really vampire-friendly.
Is any part of the world
The
vampire
chair
friendly?
you're sitting in is one of his, though. Magnificent, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ made this chair?
I bought it cheaply before he became a big deal. He was certainly ahead of his time as a carpenter.
Yeah, he was a carpenter like his daddy.
Dang. Now I feel awkward sitting in this thing.
It's more than 2,000 years old, Samuel. It is still just a chair, and it's experienced millennia of past wind. Don't worry about it.
And has experienced a millennia of past wind. Thank you, game. Thank you for the mental image. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope they cleaned it every now and then.
I believe you now understand that mind reading may have closed the door on some opportunities for you.
I suppose. I can't really know either way.
Do
but I guess
vampires
that's the
fart,
point of
though?
all this. No
That's
one what's
another
real and
question.
what's not.
Exactly, Samuel. So tell me, what happened to you and your brother?
Assuming Jeb died.
You don't know already. I thought we were famous Wild West outlaws. They called us the Handsome Boys on account of the fact that we were young and good looking. I think we made as close to a living as possible while keeping up a life like that for some 35 years. They stopped calling us the Handsome Boys eventually. Mostly they just called us those two sumbitches.
Those two sumbitches.
Jeb and I married a pair of sisters, even talked about settling down in some kind of fashion. I guess we got greedy though. One last big job, as they say.
That never goes well.
Met this fella in a saloon who'd heard of us. Went by Ernie. He said he'd help us take down the Pioneer Missouri Bank. A take of $30,000, split 3 ways. That's about $1 million in today's dollars, but that kind of money was unthinkable back when. We got the money all right, but my brother got shot in the head. Dead before he even hit the ground. I didn't know who did it. So in my rage, I killed every soul in that bank. Ernie and I ran off with that dirty money, but weren't nothing the same after that. When she heard the news, my sister-in-law was screaming so loud she scared the coyotes away. My wife left with her that night, and I didn't see either of them ever again. Not sure I wanted to. I had $15,000 and no interest in spending it. Just sat there in a sack. When Ernie invited me to join his gang, I saw no reason not to. I'm pretty sure I signed that devil's contract as soon as I started killing them folks in the bank.
I am sorry, Samuel. That is a truly horrifying story. I can hear the pain in your voice.
Pretty sure Ernie shot his brother. Pretty sure.
Yeah. He wasn't a good man, Andy. But he kept me safe. Without him, I knew I'd be doomed. I was certain I had no choice but to join the Mystic Bastards. Yeah, I know. Cognitive distortion.
I know you know, Samuel. A new one, but I think you can identify it on your own. What is the cognitive distortion you are displaying now?
I was so sure I was right to join the Mystic Bastards. Ain't nobody could have convinced me otherwise.
Indeed, Samuel. This cognitive distortion is known as being
Found
always
it.
right. And when you are always right, your choices are limited, even if they lead to doom.
No, the evidence is irrefutable. Bram Stoker was a vampire himself. I know the way through the canyon. No need to check the map. Don't question me. Blending with mortals. I've done that for years. I know what I'm doing and don't need changing now.
We become so convinced that only we have the appropriate perspective, even in a world of infinite possibilities. One would expect immortals to be immune to this distortion after seeing their beliefs challenged over generations. But we are just as susceptible to being always right. Let's try some examples so you can identify when I am always right. I have the experience of ages. My authority cannot be questioned.
Okay, Boomer.
Excuse me?
Just something I hear the kids say when old mortal folk are acting like they're always right. The folks born after World War II are real good at destroying the world, but they assume age leads to wisdom. It ain't necessarily so.
That is true.
You are always right about that. Well done, Samuel. With my multi-generational economic expertise, I am confident that market conditions will result in mass layoffs in the next quarter.
That isn't always right.
I know that turning another into a vampire inevitably results in resentment.
Uncertain?
That sounds like you're always
But
right.
yeah.
I know a lot of us vampires ain't too happy with our lot in unlife, but we ain't always resentful.
I like that they call it unlife as well.
That is correct, Samuel. Of course, we must be careful when choosing whom we turn and when. Choosing to live forever is not a choice casually made.
That is a good question, though. Would you guys want to live forever? And if so, or if not, why? And if so, what would be your criteria for wanting to live forever? Because, I mean, one thing is living forever, but if you get to see all your friends die all the time, I'm not sure I want to. In all blunt honesty. If I was the only one, I'm not sure I'd want to. To see everyone else like grow old? Yeah. Yeah, if you had somebody you always be with that always enjoy forever, or like say a group of people that you know you love and care about, then yes. But if it was only me and I would have to watch everyone else around me just slowly get older and pass away, and eventually you're gonna sit alone and gonna try and make new friends, of course, but still, we all know making friends is hard. So yeah, I think it would be difficult to say yes if it was just me. Then I think I would actually say no.
It ain't usually a choice at all.
Yeah, there's a fear of death. I think that's healthy for us to have. But the heartbreak of losing people over and over, and every time you make a new friend, you'll have that little dread like deep inside of your heart somewhere that in 40 years, 50 years, 60 years, they're gone. And you're still there. Then you find somebody new, and you fall in love. I should be a therapist. Thank you, I've heard that. You know, and I have actually said this to several people. If I could go back 20 years, or 24 years, 25 years, whatever, go back to I was like 15, 16, you know, where you do that big choice of what you want to go for, I would have poked myself on the nose and I said, therapist, honey, therapist, go for it. But I can't go back, so that will be hard. I am my friend's therapist, though. It's okay. I don't have a formal education, but I am always there to listen, if needed.
But we will endeavor to break that cycle, my friend. We have enough clients already without having more resentful immortals running around. Let us continue.
We have enough clients already. Yeah, they do. They do. I mean, he is also a therapist, right? So we're not alone in sitting here and talking to people. I assume he's doing his part of the job as well.
I know for a fact that vampires become misanthropic as they age, I do not need your perspective.
That's always
Now,
right.
hold on, you ain't always right. You thinking we're gonna turn into misanthropes is limiting you from making new vampires, but that's just your thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Very good, my dear Samuel. Caution is warranted when bringing a new soul into the dark, but I must consider perspectives other than my own.
I think that's why I enjoy this game so much as well, because it kind of taps into a part of my brain where I usually hang out. I always ask, like, but what if? I'm a typical what if person. What if you get the proposal of, hey, by the way, we can put you into a computer, and your brain will live in there forever. And I go, but would it be me? And would I continue to evolve? And what if it goes wrong? Or what if you get stuck with being the exact same person without any growth for the rest of all eternity in that machine? What if it's not fun? So yeah, that's my brain in general. That's how it works. There's always a what or a how or a maybe.
I have not had much good fortune with my children of darkness, but I am indeed not the only judge of character.
Thank you for the follow.
Thank you for joining us.
We keep them anonymous, so if you want to say hi, feel free to do so. If you want to keep lurking, lurk away. We're not going to call you out. So he has not got... Wait, what? He hasn't got... Blah. Let's try that again. He's not had good fortune with his children of darkness? I would expect him to have had that.
You got kids, Andy?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You got kids?
I had many dark children before I recognized the gravity
Oh,
inherent in doing
of
so.
course. I see. It's the people he created before he turned into a more, shall we say, elevated vampire?
I only wish more of my brethren could learn what a responsibility it is to begin the unlife of another.
It is a huge responsibility. You basically doom somebody to eternal life. Possibly eternal hell.
I know the internet is a passing fad. I have seen technology come and go, so I can trust my own expertise.
I think you're doing a little always right there, Andy. A lot of folks had unwavering confidence that the fax machine was going to stick around forever. But they
Oh
weren't
god, I
right
remember the fax machine. We had those at work. Ooh, the noise.
Truly, I still use my fax machine. It is the preferred mode of communication among vampires here in Germany.
Oh, then you're a little bit slow, my dudes.
Heck, I guess that just proves no one is always right about technology.
Mm-hmm.
I think I get it, boss. If I had found folks to listen to other than myself, maybe I wouldn't have joined up with Ernie's gang.
True.
Perhaps, perhaps not. You had plenty of reasons for making the choices you made. Reflecting on them is what helps us to grow.
Also true. You don't hide from your past, you don't hide from your issues, you have to learn from them. It's the only way to move forward is to learn from the stuff you've already done.
Yeah, I'm a lucky fellow all in all. I did some stuff with those vampires that I was pretty sure erased any humanity I had left. But I was wrong.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he's sitting here being a therapist for other vampires.
Them transcendentalists I hold up with were ready to help me no matter how nasty I was. And I know I've done a lot of thinking on my own, but I owe them everything.
Aw, thank you, Tech. You're a sweetheart, you know that.
I've done a lot of thinking on my own, but I owe them everything. Is that so, Samuel? Can you point out your own distortion there?
I don't know that I think that I owe them everything. That's disqualifying the positive.
It's my old favorite sneaking up on me, disqualifying the positive. I did plenty of work on myself.
And that's what I will always tell anyone that tells me, but I didn't do enough, like, but you did something. So, yeah, I'm a fan of don't disqualify the positive. You may not be perfect, but hey, if you tried, you tried. You give yourself a pat on the back for trying.
That's right, Samuel. And why were the transcendentalists able to help you? We just went over it tonight.
Because he wanted it.
I realized I wasn't always right. I was ready to start receiving help.
Excellent, Samuel. Your capacity for self-reflection, and so quickly, is truly inspiring. I almost feel as though my blood is circulating on its own.
I mean, that is a high compliment coming from a vampire, right? If he almost feels like blood is circulating on its own.
Oh, come on, Andy. I'm just a fella.
Yeah, you're some fella. That's true.
You have earned a reprieve from disqualifying the positive, my friend. Embrace it.
Mm-hmm.
I believe we have had a productive session today. Let us not press matters. This is difficult work, and you are handling it wonderfully. How do you feel?
In a way, I love these 2 sessions the most, just because we get so much insight into Sam. And it's really good to have insight into Sam for when we try and be a therapist ourselves, because you can see a lot of him in the others, in my opinion.
You know, I feel okay. Somehow it's better than feeling good. What happened is what happened. Some bad stuff happened to me, and I did some bad stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And none of it lasts forever. That's the nice thing about having all the time in the world.
Your trials have made you wise indeed, my dear Samuel. Now rest, my friend. You shall soon share your wisdom with your clients. I wish you a good night.
Yeah, I believe it's early coffin time for me tonight. Have a good night, Andy.
You as well, Samuel. Rest
In
in peace.
peace. Love it. I love the rest in peace. Yeah, we're going straight into the next therapy session.
Samuel, greetings. You look a bit pale. May I offer you something to drink?
But we're going to take a little bit of a break here because I'm going to have to go get my meds and something more to drink to it. So we're going to take like 5 minutes just to stretch legs, pet the cat if you have one. Mine is just looking at me like, excuse me, is it treat time? No, it's not. That's another hour. But I have medication time. So he's like looking at me like, I see you moving there. Yeah. But yeah, about 5 minutes. So I'll be back. Yeah. Get some stretchies, get something to drink, remember your medication if you need them. Just say. And we'll see you back here in 5. There we go. My cat is still eyeing me, wondering where his treats is, but you know, he'll have to wait an hour. Just saying. Okay, we got something new here, didn't we? Oh yeah. Been a hell of a month. I got full caseload of clients. I'm picking up new friends at Immernacht, and Andy said I've been doing a great job. I learned 3 more cognitive distortions tonight, and I think I'm really getting the hang of this thing. I'm also learning a lot about Crimson. There's something special about that lady. I can see why Andy's a fan of hers. Seems like she could be doing a lot more than running a bar, but maybe that's me doing some should statements. Oh, I took a little trip to Dresden. Heck of a place. They had this emperor named Augustus the Strong, who spent all Germany's money on porcelain. I wish I could have been his therapist. Well, that's probably a thing.
Yeah, you got any drinker's blood?
I know you are joking. You will not dilute your blood before a session.
Yeah, I know, you're right. I just don't know who I'm meeting tonight. Is it gonna be Dr.
Oh,
Drain
yay,
or
it's
that
Lord Ludicrous.
Lord Luridus fella?
Sorry.
You only met a single individual last time, and you will meet only a single individual this time. Do not let Dr. Drain's avoidance of accountability confuse you.
You saw the guy, though. Lord Luridus ain't nothing like Dr. Drain.
Same person, though. Just 2 very different sides of the same person.
And why do you think that is, Samuel?
Well, maybe it's easier for Dr. Drain to blame Lord Luridus.
Correct, Samuel. A mild change in personality would be within Dr. Drain's control. Luridus is not, and therefore, Dr. Drain relinquishes control.
He wants to be a bit of both.
Prepare yourself, my friend. Let us find the darkness that lives
There we
within
go.
Dr. Drain.
This one is a tricky one. I like him, but he's tricky. Oh. What do we do? What to pick? This guy is hard. I struggled with him last time. Of course, it didn't help that Dr. Ludicrous came in and played the game as well. Yeah, he basically escalates real quickly. I'm wondering though. Wait, what should we bring? I think he does that. Blaming. Definitely getting blaming. Because he's blaming everyone but himself. A lot. Still think he does labeling. I think we're also going to bring in the mind reading. I think those fit him very well.
All right, I think I'm as ready as I'll ever be.
Let's go. Let's meet Jekyll and Hyde.
Fear, Samuel. I shall not let Dr. Drain hurt you, no matter what he is calling himself. Do what you do best.
I will. I promise. And here he comes, whoever he is today.
Is it Dr. Ludic? Is it
Doc.
Mr. Oh, it's Dr. Drain. Hi, Doc.
Somewhat taciturn today, then. Well, don't be upset with me. I did warn you about that beast. At least now you recognize the urgency in being rid of him.
How about we find a golden middle ground here, my boy? Like, a little bit of Dr. Ludicrous might not be bad for you?
Perhaps now we can stop beating about the bush and actually fix my addiction problem.
But why don't you just stop it then?
I'm here to help, but if we're gonna lick this thing, we gotta do it honestly. And that means getting to the root of the problem.
I tire of this self-examination process. There must be something efficacious that I can do. Perhaps some sort of aversion
Thank you
therapy.
for the daily check-in. There's some sort of aversion therapy? Why?
I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make that villain just go away.
Yeah, go for it, go for it. Get something to eat, relax after your stream. Thank you for coming in and saying hi. Okay, so go away. But you're not willing to actually work on it, are you? You're willing to do whatever it takes apart from actually touching on the problem. Okay.
Then you gotta be willing to address the big old elephant in the room.
Mm-hmm.
And what is that?
You. You and Lord Ludicrous is the same person.
You and Lord Luridus ain't two different people. You keep talking about him like he's someone else, but you both got the same brain in there.
Yup.
Complete and utter nonsense. You've met him. We share absolutely nothing in common. And what's more, I am fully aware that he
And
hates
you
me.
hate him. So basically you hate yourself. Both ways, honey. Both ways.
Take a look at this note he left on my desk.
That's supposed to be you there with the micropenis?
Loser nerd. Tiny.
Indeed. Juvenile humor, to be sure. Certainly nothing I would produce.
Ain't he got the same penis, though?
Exactly.
Quite so. I have no doubt he does the most terrible things with it.
Why is it terrible?
So
My dear
somehow he's
man.
got a different brain than you do, but the same penis. Something ain't adding up here, Doc.
I resent what you are suggesting. I have no effect on what Lord Luridus does.
Quit blaming. I have no effect on what he does, but you do. Because it's you.
I know
Yeah.
you're a pretty responsible fella, but you're giving Lord Luridus more credit than he deserves.
Ludicrous, thank you. That he is Lord Ludicrous, we're not taking it any other way.
What on earth are you talking about?
You know that old stereotype mortals like to spread about us where we can't go into a place until we're invited?
Mm-hmm.
A ludicrous idea with no basis in scientific truth.
That's why we call him Ludicrous. IXE, it's going good. We're being very therapeutic here. This is our doctor. He's our Dr. Jekyll and Hyde. He has two very different personalities, and they're currently discussing things.
Ain't you giving Lord Luridus your permission to come in and do what he does when you take that plasma stuff?
Yeah.
I didn't invite him in the first time. I had no idea what I had created. That his presence would become an addiction was not known to me.
Well, apparently I should be a therapist, so... I chose the wrong path.
Dr. Drain, you're a scientist. Your stock and trade is in facts, ain't it? Let's leave thought out of this for now. You gotta be my scientist here and stick to what we know.
Very well. Yes. The genesis of... Lord Luridus was in the actions and choices I took. Are you quite satisfied?
Lord Ludicrous. I'm sorry, he's Lord Ludicrous for me.
Doc, we ain't here for my satisfaction. Do you really think that?
Well, the fact that I am upset right now certainly lends credence to the idea that you are trying to shame me.
He's blaming again. Or mind reading.
Let's go back to the
Mind reading it
science,
is.
Doc. Can you say with all confidence that I'm trying to shame you?
Again? For your mom again, I assume? Oh, what is it? What is it? What? Finally? That's good though. That means that you know. If you don't want to say it here, that's fine. You know where my DMs are, but yeah, that's good. Very good. The face cream. At least it's an easy thing to change, right? You find another one. And you try it on one tiny little spot on your face for a week. And if it's all good then, it's all good. Not on your entire face. But at least you know what it is. You know that it's not food. It's the face cream. So we'll call that good. We'll call that a good thing. Oh yeah, by the way, Exie, I have a small question for you. Nothing big, but I was thinking for tomorrow I'll add a special redeem just for tomorrow. It's quite expensive redeem though. Where for 5 minutes I'll use your drawing. I used again yesterday and this morning the outer corners of my eyes were irritated. Didn't think I'm guessing it spread. I'm guessing that spread. I use it again today. I'm guessing more than the corners of the eyes were irritated. That's gonna be my guess. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think I'll go with what I was told once, because I have super sensitive skin. I can basically, there's almost nothing I can put on it without it being, do just what you just said, bumps and itchy and sore and bad. I always said that, they always said that I have to try like a touch of cream just on my cheek, but only on one spot, not on the entire thing, until I know it's safe. But yeah, I was thinking the drawing you just made for me, if I made like a little 5-minute redeem or something for tomorrow, that I could use it for a PNG. A sneak PNG. What do you think? Or is it too revealing? I mean, I do show them off, so... Not like a special Valentine's Day redeem. Could be fun. Yay. Yeah, I just thought that was like a cute idea, that you could have that redeem for tomorrow. Just tomorrow, and then it'll be gone again. Yay. I like that. Good, good. But yeah, so definitely throw away that cream and try something else. But try it on like a small area first. Yeah, remove the background should be good. Yeah, that would be good. It should be good to go. It seems fine. I would have just put it on there with the background because I love the background. But I guess it's kind of better without. But yeah, for your cream thing, test on a very small area for a while. With any cream. So you don't have to have your whole face. I did that wrong once. It was not pleasant. It was rather painful. Not good. Luckily, I have like my forehead is like one of my worst places, so I always test there now. So it's at least not in the middle of my face. I did get a second-degree sunburn as a child. My skin has never been the same since. Oops. Yeah. Oh yeah, so it's taken time. That's not easy. That's not easy then. Mine is instantly now. Instantly. I'm like scared of creams. Kind of get that way after a while of everything making you go out in blisters and stuff. It's not comfortable. So, let's see. Let's go back to Sam for a little bit. 2 days to kick in? At least now you know it's that one. So one is like a little annoyance. So almost sounds like you've built up an allergy to it over the time you've used it. That there's something in there that's probably always like not been quite good, but it takes time for it to show up properly. Yeah, I can see that. Mine normally takes like 2 minutes, and then it's already red and itchy. Yay. It was a new cream? But it was the one that gave you the rash last time too, right? Where you thought it maybe was food? Or was this a brand new one? Ah, yes, so it was the same cream then. Well, at least now you know. You're not gonna be using that more. That's gonna go bye-bye. Yeah. Good thing to know, though. It's like, bye-bye. We're not touching you again. Doodles.
No, I cannot.
At least it's still not Lord Ludicrous on us. But if we get Lord Ludicrous today, though.
You can't read my mind, Doc. Or at least far as I know you can't. But if you could, you'd know what'd make me real satisfied is helping you out. I get that you're upset. This is tough stuff to face. But that don't make
Give it
me
to your
a bad
mom.
guy for
Good
talking
plan.
about it.
Hopefully she doesn't react to it.
I'm here to help you face it. I won't lie to you, Doc. The people that Lord Luridus has hurt probably would have a bone to pick with you. But I ain't here to punish nobody. That ain't the way to help you. In this room, we're working together. You're doing the hard work, and I'm just giving you support. Catch my drift, partner?
Nani, indeed. She's not allergic to it, tested it. Okay. That's good. That's good. But it's also good that you know, because it means you can easily avoid it going forward. Which is always good.
And so you do me even greater shame through kindness. I cannot win. Perhaps I should simply let that beast, Lord Luridus, have his way with me. Come on now, Doc.
No, Doc. No should statements here.
There's so many ways this therapy thing could go for you. It ain't we destroy Lord Luridus or Lord Luridus wins. Jumping right to catastrophe just ain't realistic. Already you're fighting him by being here. That means there's definitely something in the middle. And working together, we'll make things better. Maybe not completely better. This work ain't never done. Of course, I am forgetting myself. I'm not usually prone to extremes. I shall attempt to be more mindful.
I'll take that win. And now we get Lord Ludicrous,
I ain't
right?
expecting you to be perfect, Doc. And I don't want you to expect perfection from yourself either. What I'm asking you for is self-compassion.
I will always say that knowing something is so much better. Small wins indeed. But yeah, knowing something is just so much better than wondering. Because the instant you know, you can remove it, right? You can remove that cream and you know that's no longer gonna be a problem. Yay, wins. I love this. I ain't expecting you to be perfect. Nobody's perfect. Not even a 3,000-year-old vampire, apparently.
That ain't erasing blame. It's just approaching yourself from a place of understanding. That's a scientific method, ain't it? I doubt many in the scientific community would agree with such a statement, but I believe I understand the thrust of it.
He's warming up.
We cannot address facts if we mask them in emotionality.
Correct.
That's exactly it, Doc. I couldn't have said it better myself. Indeed. Thus my attempt to synthesize the thought properly.
Yeah, but this, like I said, even for like a week, maybe just try a very small area. And the most sensitive skin you can find. Because that will tell you the quickest what's actually gonna bother you.
Well, thank the dark powers that made us. Someone in here's the smart one. Very well. We shall take a strategic, scientifically sound approach. We will agree upon facts, develop hypotheses, test and validate.
Now that's how you work with a doctor.
If I rely on the science, I will never be wrong.
That's always right. That doesn't work. No.
Before we jump in, Doc, I gotta challenge you. Even science ain't gonna make it certain you're always right.
Because science fucks things up quite often. Just saying.
The answers science gives you might not be the answers that are best for you. I just want you to keep your mind open, all right? My mind is always open. I'm a scientist.
And a very defensive scientist at that.
I'm just gonna reflect that back to you and see if you think that's true. You're saying being a scientist means your mind is always, without fail, open.
Yes, take. But not there. Imagine getting an outbreak there. Ow. You wouldn't want that? Just saying.
Well, I suppose that sounds a bit ridiculous. Very well. I shall endeavor to ensure that my thinking is flexible.
Good boy.
Well, sounds good to me, compadre. Let's start assembling them facts. Can I ask you some questions then? You may. Let us begin. Alright, so you told me that the thing that makes your plasma addicting is how good it makes you feel when you wake up from it. From your scientific perspective, what makes it feel good? From a chemical perspective, good feelings, or positive emotions, are the result of neurotransmitter action. Considering the specific emotions felt in the immediate moment are contentment and satisfaction, it is certain that I am experiencing an oxytocin and dopamine release.
I like this doctor. It's funny.
It is a primal limbic response. In laboratory settings, we observe a constant drive in animals towards stimulating the release of amygdala-receptive neurotransmitters. I think you're gonna need to boil that down for me, Doc. I did not come here to teach, but so be it. Ask your questions. What's the limbic system do? The limbic system functions as the emotional center of the brain, responsible for emotional responses such as joy, fear, and anger. So it's like the part of my brain deciding if I should be scared of a rattlesnake, or happy about a belly full of blood? Precisely. It plays a crucial role in forming memories and making decisions based on emotional experiences.
I love a game that teaches. Absolutely love it.
Often called the lizard brain, it's evolutionarily one of the older parts of the brain, indicating its fundamental role in regulating survival instincts.
Funky.
I've been called lizard brain before, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't a compliment. What's this about neurotransmitters?
Ah, so funny.
Neurotransmitters are chemical messengers that neurons use to communicate with each other. For example, social bonding reliably triggers a release of oxytocin, creating a sense of security and attachment.
So, if I'm reading you right, when I'm feeling all snug after a good feed, is them oxytocin neurotransmitters doing their thing?
Exactly. This process is an integral part of our brain's reward system, encouraging behaviors
Why we
that
like
are
them so
perceived as
much for
beneficial
drugs, huh?
our survival and well-being.
So, survival feels good, basically.
Yep.
Yes, though I would not publish such a statement in an academic paper.
No.
So what's all this stuff really mean in the end, Doc? Why's this neurotransmitter stuff even matter?
Well, what he's doing when he's Lord Ludicrous makes him feel good and happy.
An intriguing question. Naturally, emotion does not have a practical evolutionary application on its own. However, these emotions signal to the reptilian brain whether or not we are under threat.
Oh, well, dang, now I think we're getting somewhere. I think the answer's right in front of us.
Oh? And what is it that your rooting, tooting brain can synthesize that mine cannot?
Did we touch on a sore subject there? Lord Ludicrous feels safer than Dr.
You don't
Drain.
feel safe on your own. Taking that plasma forces you to get that neurotransmitter hit.
An intriguing theory. However, evidence stands against it. Like it or not, I am a vampire. The only thing that may threaten me is the sun or a more powerful vampire. I should not be experiencing feelings of mortal danger. I am not immortal. Logically, I should know such a thing is ridiculous.
Should statements.
There's them should statements again, Doc. It doesn't matter what logic says. You still got that part of your brain that says it's in danger, and that part doesn't care about logic.
An astute point, and an inconvenient one. That we should be saddled with such vestigial, primal concerns is most unfortunate.
True, but they are still there and they're part of our way of being.
Can't avoid the fact that we still got them human concerns. At least we don't gotta poop, huh?
Oh dear, and you are doing so well. At least I have nothing to fear from you.
He can shoot you in the face.
It's true, though. We're still animals, partner. We gotta satisfy the animal. Just not through pooping.
But we are immortal. Why do we have animal needs, fears, and emotions? What possible use do they have?
Well, they keep you human. Or at least humanoid. And they still tell you when you're doing something right or wrong, so...
It is such a disappointing notion, however, to think that we cannot transcend our reptilian brain, even when we are beyond death.
We're dealing in facts, though, and I think what we're coming to is that your reptilian brain doesn't feel safe.
Therefore, it needs Lord Ludicrous to feel safe.
Which is absolutely ridiculous, but I must admit that it is somehow true. What a devastating revelation. Dr. Drain, for all his scientific achievement, is just an emotional little laboratory rat.
And now we're labeling
his decisions in fear.
Man, you just jump right to that extreme. You're probably the smartest fella I ever met, Doc. You ain't a science god, but who is?
We're doing awfully good with this. It's gonna fail soon.
I think there's a lot of room between being a lab rat and being the perfect logical being.
You are, of course, correct. I'm letting my emotions get the better of me. Most unscientific.
Doc, I want to go back to one of them things I was telling you about in our first session, and that's self-compassion.
He needs that. He needs a lot of self-compassion. It's like, I have to be perfect. Nobody's perfect.
Let's say you had some vampire apprentice, a scientist like you, who didn't know nothing like what you know, and said they were down on themselves for all the reasons you are. What would you say to them?
Well, I would explain that progress is non-linear. The scientific method, in fact, celebrates failure. That which does not conform to theory still informs theory.
Any chance you could put the scientist away and talk to their human side?
Well, I suppose I would say that it is fine. That
Hey.
things are temporary, and the universe does not care to condemn them.
We're getting places. I love this game so much.
So how can we get you to say them things to yourself, Doc?
My situation is not the same. I was trained in the age of discovery. I bear the responsibility for that age.
Old man?
What if this project of mine, to create the blood that will sustain the world, is not what I am here for, then what is my purpose?
Well, let me ask you, what's the purpose of a gopher?
Rodentia geomedy. Rodents endemic to North America, known for their tunneling ability and as agricultural pests. I believe they are the prey of owls, snakes, and coyotes, and are omnivorous themselves, consuming vegetables, insects, and small mammals.
I wasn't expecting you to be so thorough. I don't think I knew half that stuff.
I have come to learn nearly everything there is to know about mammalian biology as a result of my research. Please get to the point.
I adore Dr. Drain.
I think I forgot what it was now.
That is not encouraging.
Hold on a sec, I think I've got it.
Gophers have a purpose.
Gophers have a purpose. Driving people crazy, that's what. Used to wreak havoc on the farmland back in Missouri.
Absolutely ridiculous. That is not their purpose. It's an ill-informed anthropocentric philosophy defined and subscribed to entirely by said anthropocentrists.
That's what you're doing, Sonny.
I didn't know bugs could do that.
Anthropocentrists, not arthropods. Humans. Homo sapiens. I am saying that you have created a purpose for the gopher that the gopher is entirely unaware of.
Just as you do, for you.
So, who made your purpose, Dr. Drain?
Exactly.
What? Well, I did, I suppose.
Clever man, Sam. Clever man.
So if you made it, you can change it, right?
But how can I change my purpose? I have always been a scientist. So that's what I am.
Can't you be more, though? You can be a scientist and... I like and. And gives you opportunity to do more. That's all.
All right, Will. Let's take that scientific approach and try to figure out who the man behind the scientist is.
Very well. If we look at the behavior of our subject, myself, we can infer a few things. If we examine my behavior, one can draw a comparison to a threatened higher-thinking mammal. I spend much time in ensuring personal safety and security.
True.
What about your more peaceful moments? What do they look like?
I believe these feelings are only medically induced through my special plasma. However, Dr. Drain appears to be at rest when he is full and satisfied.
We're getting
Your
places.
synthetic blood doesn't do that for you.
No.
I am forced to admit that at present, it does not.
I love this.
Dr. Drain, what do you think of drinking something a little more fresh and human?
I will not. I do not have to. That depraved vampire, Lord Lyridus, is the source of all that is base and vulgar about my person.
Is that blaming? I will not. I do not have to. That depraved vampire, Lord Ludicrous, is the source of all that is base of vulgar about my person. I think it's blaming.
Doc,
Yep.
You're blaming
Got
Lord
it.
Lyridus for something common to all vampires, including yourself. We need blood. That's just how it is. Ain't Lord Lyridus' fault. Now, I know you ain't comfortable with that need, but you can't offload everything you ain't happy with onto Lord Lyridus. That just makes him worse.
And that's what he's doing. That's what makes Lord Ludicrous so bad. Or so, on the opposite end of the scale to him, you have Lord Ludicrous. It's like the absolute opposite. And because he cannot see that both things are good, they're gonna be on like opposite sides until he does.
You have not been listening to me at all if you believe I have absolved myself of all vampiric frailty.
That's not what we were
I
saying.
didn't say that. I'm saying you're distancing yourself from your needs by saying they're Lord Lyridus' needs.
They're your needs, honey. You're the same person.
Well, what if you indulge Lord Lyridus once in a while? Maybe you could keep him from coming out.
Do you not understand what I have been working toward for the last 400 years?
Yes, but you're also gonna have to work on drinking some actual blood while you're working on making the perfect plasma. Until it's perfect, it doesn't work.
I will finally be able to transcend this thing that I am. I shall be a parasite no more.
Now he's labeling.
Come on, Dr. Drain. What you are ain't a parasite. Look what you've done with your time here.
Woo.
Oh, forgive me for wanting to transcend the lifestyle of a female mosquito.
Dr. Drain, seriously. Stop putting yourself down.
Well, heck, maybe you wouldn't be so keen to transcend if you didn't call yourself them names.
You're not a female
We
mosquito.
all gotta consume to live, Bronco. Ain't no such thing as a perpetual life machine.
I mean, we eat food. They eat food. I can honestly say that if I knew there was like a vampire bar that wanted blood, and it's kind of like this, where you can willingly give it, then why the hell not? You just ran from Ul'dah to Gridania to get the Valentiones quest? Well, that is dedication. Well done. Well done. I'm gonna have to see if I fix the other things for you, so that you can start working on getting up. Shouldn't really be a problem, to be honest. I just love that you just ran from Ul'dah to Gridania. That is so you, Danny. I love it.
I believe you are trying to invoke the first law of thermodynamics.
Oh, thermodynamics, eh?
Refresh my memory. Energy cannot be destroyed or created in an isolated system. It can only be transformed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. Well, it is a salient point, I must admit. Dr. Drain, we really got to talk about some kind of middle path here.
I'm gonna run. But you know what? Sometimes I think that's kind of therapeutic in the game, to just run and get all the aetherytes on the way and go like, I haven't done this since I was brand new.
Back home, we tried the whole abstinence thing a few times, and it didn't go too well. We tried to stop drinking, and that just made
exactly. It is really fun to do. Like, do weird stuff. Oh, this is a bit of a trail off. But when we played World of Warcraft, this took something to fix. I would like to do something similar in Final Fantasy XIV. But I would need a lot of people to help me. What we did is we had a... What did I call it? Not quiz. I know the Norwegian name, but my brain cannot, for the life of it, remember the English name. But yeah, we had 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we had 10 people that were stationed on different spots around the world. Now, back then, World of Warcraft was a bit smaller, but you know. And you started with a riddle. So you started with a riddle that you had to solve, and it would tell you where to go to find the next person. The rules were you were not allowed to check where anyone in the guild was. And we also made like outside of the guild alts that nobody knew that we had, so that nobody could actually do it just in case people wanted to cheat. So they got one riddle. That took them to the next spot, which gave them a new riddle. And the goal, of course, was first one to get to the final person and to solve that riddle. That person then got a prize. It was a lot of fun to do, and you were not allowed to fly. If you could, I don't remember if you could fly. You were only allowed to run. You actually had to run or ride, but on the ground, all the way. No hopping, no nothing. You had to go to the boat and take it to skip continents. You had to go between the boats. You had to use the boats. You couldn't just use any teeth methods. It was a lot of fun. And I think it would be a shit ton of fun to try and kind of arrange something like it in Final Fantasy XIV one day. Maybe I should plan that. Try and find people who would be interested in doing it, especially if they have like alts that nobody really knows about, or make alts that nobody really knows about. And for most of it, the full level 100 can kind of ferry them wherever they need to be standing. And then just have to make good riddles to find ways to send people to where you want them to be. It was a lot of fun. It took about 1.5 hours. And we had like a chat where everybody was invited into and people could talk and people could share. We did not say that you couldn't share the solution, but you had to at least find the first person, and they would tell others if somebody hadn't been there and kind of skipped, because you had to go there and get a word that you had to write down. So at the end you had to show us that you had all the words, so you couldn't just like skip to them. Took a lot to do, but it was a lot of fun.
We tried telling teenagers sex was evil, and that just made them want it even more while being ashamed of themselves.
I do wonder if it's possible to set up something like it. I'll have to look into it.
What if you just tried to do some of them things Lord Luridus does? Just don't do them the way he does. I find the idea utterly repellent.
I know you do, but...
Yeah, but then you go and take that plasma, and Lord Luridus makes the decisions. We don't want that, right?
Fine. Fine. I'll drink some blood.
Go down to the club here where people actually want you to drink their blood.
But I warn you, Sam, the price of failure is most dear. If I should lose my humanity, all of humanity will lose.
I don't think you will, honey.
We need to go back to this thing I brought up before. You're a smart fella, Dr. Drain, but sometimes you're forgetting vampire commonality. We've all felt like the world was ending, or that we're awful monsters. But them feelings are our perceptions alone.
Yes, yes, I'm aware. Perhaps I've been a little too human in my wobbles.
A little too human, huh?
However, you forget my training in history. I am not an average vampire. I was trained by the great Professor William Harvey. I have had 4 centuries to unlock the secrets of animal biology.
And?
I have a duty to humanity and to my own legacy. A duty I should not fail in. Otherwise, what was it all for?
Where should statements in again?
Hold your horses there, amigo.
Woo!
You say you've got
20
a duty to
distortions
humanity?
correct in a row.
That ain't scientific at all.
Oh yeah.
It ain't just anthropocentric. It's Dr. Drain-centric. Nobody said you had to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when we first started talking, I told you about them should statements? That's what you're doing, compadre. Just remember that them shoulds are yours.
God, I'm good at should statements. Trust me, I'm extremely good at them with myself.
Yes, I must be frustrating to you, Sam. I invoke the same delusions over and over again.
You're not frustrating. You're human.
Hey, come on, Doc. You should be proud of yourself. You know what the difference is between you and vampires who never improve themselves?
You're trying. He's here.
You're here. You've made a commitment to getting your head on straight. And you're getting there, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
Already you're making some big changes and investing in yourself. I can see it. So let's cut Dr. Drain a break. How about it, amigo? He doesn't need the weight of the world on him. There's only one thing he should do, and that's have a little understanding and empathy for himself. You get me?
It goes for all people. That's what we should do. We should have more understanding and empathy for ourselves.
Yes, I get you. Very well. I shall try to keep a clear head.
Good.
And I will arrange to drink some real blood. There's plenty of it in the lab. I shall just liberate some of it.
Good man. We'll talk about how it's gone next month, all right?
Indeed. Until then, Sam. And thank you for your patience.
Yay. That was a good one.
I ain't got nothing but time, amigo. You can thank me by being patient with yourself.
All the same, you have my thanks. I shall see you in a few weeks then.
I know winning them over slowly.
Well done indeed, Samuel. I think
Flawless
we are starting to see a
victory.
new version of the good doctor in the making.
Yep, we are.
I hope you're right, boss. That fella's awful hard on himself.
That is normal, my friend. Being a vampire takes a lot of self-acceptance. He is only taking his first steps in discovering this.
I feel good about that one.
Yeah, fair enough. It took other people forgiving me for me to forgive myself.
And now you pass on this gift of compassion to Dr. Drain.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Samuel, the evening is still young. See what the night has to offer downstairs.
That sounds good, Andy.
Rest in peace, my friend.
Yay, rest in peace. We're gonna talk to Crimson. That's my bet.
I always come out of the doc sessions feeling dumber than ever.
Why? You cannot feel dumber than ever. We just did awesome. Great session with the dog tonight. Sometimes his being a big ol' nerd can be a real help. He's looking at his problem more rationally now. Likes to blame Lord Ludicrous for his more animal needs. That is, he denies his own needs and Ludicrous fulfills them. He has a lot of his identity tied up in being a rational scientist. He wants to transcend being a vampire. Must drink real blood. I encourage the dog to drink some real blood. I think his head ain't clear because he's starving. I think he gets that it's a biology thing. Guess that means that we're on to Isabella.
I'll check in with Crimson. She's always got some bartender's wisdom to share.
How can you feel stupid today, though, Sam? You did so well.
Howdy, Crimson. Looks like a nice crowd tonight.
They're always a nice crowd, cowboy. We like to maintain an asshole-free zone.
I would go to this bar, an asshole-free zone. It's a win.
I'll try not to be an asshole then.
I'm not worried about you, cowboy. You had a session tonight, didn't you?
Yeah, with the doctor fella. We had a hard talk about what being a vampire means. He's having a hard time coming to terms with it, even after 400 years.
I mean, if you denied it for 400 years, then it's gonna be very hard to come to terms with it, right?
I can understand that. I've stopped aging for the last 20 years and don't know how I feel about it yet. How do you think it went with him?
I will say pretty
I
well.
think we're finally getting somewhere, actually. It's funny, a lot of vampires forget they're human, but he keeps forgetting he's a vampire. But just like we can't opt out of being human, we can't opt out of being vampires either.
Must have been a hard talk, cowboy. I sometimes wonder what I am. Staying the same age, drinking Andy's blood to live. Don't get me wrong, I like not being dead, but I still feel like I'm living on borrowed time.
That's because you are.
Is this a good time to ask why you don't just join the dark side? It ain't that bad being dead.
I'm just not sure what I'd do with forever.
See?
You know? Eternity's a long
I like
time.
Crimson. That's me too, right? What do you do with forever? And what is forever doesn't exactly turn out how you think it will. What do you do when the planet dies? Then of course you die too, but you know.
Yeah, I think a lot of us vampires can't answer that question either. I don't think there's one answer anyway.
There you go. So I guess I'll keep putting off the question.
But nobody's rushing you, Crimson.
You think I'd let anyone? But thanks for listening, cowboy. Now why don't you go mingle?
Mingle. We're gonna meet the local. What are they called again? I don't remember.
There's a new fella in the kink room who's very interested in
New fella in the kink room, you say? Well, you know what? I'm in. We're always in for the kink room. Sorry, that sounds so bad. There's a new fellow in the kink room. You don't say.
Guess I'll go be social then. Thanks, Crimson. Wait a sec.
Oh,
that
wow.
ain't-
Greetings, my child.
I don't think that's the correct term here.
Keep your distance, amigo. I know our kind ain't had good history, but I ain't in the mood for an exorcism or nothing.
Is he? Huh. But yeah.
Ah, my child of the dark. If I were to exorcise you, nothing would be left when I was done.
So a priest with a slight touch of goth and a love for undead? Can we date him?
Only the good Lord is free of sin. We are all children of darkness.
I mean, why not? Hey, I'm being simple here. Are you single, sir? We're all interested. If you had white long hair, you'd be even more interesting. Just saying.
Holy smokes, what Bible have you been reading?
The right Bible.
I know my scripture, my son. However, I am by scripture and dark metal ordained, not by any church of man.
Church of Darkness, dude? Okay.
So, you're some kind of freelance priest?
Freelance priest.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. We need to date this guy.
It's the only way I
Please,
can
game.
give succor to those who need it most.
So I gotta ask, seeing as we're in a kink room, what kind of sucker are we talking about?
I follow in the path of the Lord. I share my body, and I share
Yep.
my blood.
Me down.
Ain't this a little blasphemous for your kind?
To whom, my child? God is in everything, including you, sweet vampire. Can
Fuck
God
yeah.
blaspheme against himself?
Just go white-haired on top, please. I want to see him without all of the makeup, though. I think he'd just be a very handsome man.
I merely wish to give comfort to those who live in darkness. And so, I choose to live in darkness with them.
We like him.
Come, my son. I shall give succor to you.
Well, all right. Maybe if you stop calling it that.
Oh boy.
Thou shalt not want, my son. Are you comforted?
Oh boy. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I am.
I know those of my faith have hunted your kind. Perhaps we fear our own sin, so we seek the sins of others.
Yep. I know that the thing that I downloaded today says that it has a chance of giving Samboy here some romance. Please let it be with this guy. Please, 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 please. Because I'm sorry, that this is like the perfect match. Yes. Yes, please.
I seek only the Lord in everything. As do we all, whether we know it or not.
Oh my god, yes, please. Definitely.
You ain't wrong, I suppose. Hey, a little awkward, but what's your name, fella?
I am Kieran. It means little dark one.
I love his name too.
Called to me.
Kieran.
Well, Kieran, I'm Sam, and I appreciate the blood, but I'm gonna turn in. A little sleepy now.
Go with God, my child of the night.
I love his voice too. Jesus.
Oh, yeah, I'll do that.
Take him with you, you dumb. I'm sorry. There's room for two in that coffin.
If I need
mean,
you, Samuel,
this is also a tall drink of water. Are we? No.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think so. I think we're making some good progress.
Mom, I want to keep him. Exactly.
That is wonderful. Remember, though, that the road to inner peace is not a straight line.
That is true.
True enough. I like to say I didn't make my path. Nature did.
Samuel, you have the makings of a poet.
I mean, we could keep this tall drink of water and the other tall drink of water. Then we had two tall drink of waters. We'll share with Crimson, because, you know, Crimson's awesome.
Oh, I meant it more literally. When I was walking in the woods, I just walked where the land led me.
But you see, this is a wonderful metaphor. If there is a valley between two mountains, that is the path nature takes us on.
Only the harm we're always thirsty. True. Very true.
We often choose to climb the mountain instead when the easier path is made for us. Your experience guides your intuition more than you might expect, my friend.
Guess it's that peasant wisdom the Signora mentions.
Peasant wisdom.
Be careful with the labeling, my friend.
I didn't mean it in a bad way. I ain't ashamed of being a peasant. I'm just folks, as we like to say.
I can see why the Signora has become quite fond of you. Are you prepared for your session with her?
Yes, no, maybe?
Yeah, I think with our progress, there might be some other distortions to focus on. Let me think.
She has control fallacy. I think she also likes to be always right. She's very good at Nosferatu thinking. I also think she likes to blame. And should statements.
All right, locked and loaded.
The people of your country have so many colorful phrases having to do with firearms. I do not understand the obsession.
I can't explain it neither.
I shall leave you alone with the Signora, Samuel.
It's time for the Signora.
Howdy, Signora. Good to see you tonight.
You are looking forward to seeing me?
Yes? Why wouldn't we?
Well, sure I was. You're an interesting person, Signora. It's a privilege to get to know you.
I suppose you have learned something of manners yourself.
She's so stuck up, I love it.
I thought a lot about the things we talked about last time, you know.
You did?
Oh, yeah? What about exactly?
About how foolish I was for wasting my time for so long fighting against reality.
I think she went straight into control fallacy.
Now hold on, Signora.
Yeah.
Maybe you were fighting reality some, but that doesn't mean you were wasting your time. That fighting with reality is just part of what makes you human. It's your experience. your journey that you're learning from.
But if the aim was to control my family, I failed to achieve that aim.
Yeah, but that's real all-or-nothing aim, Senora. It's easy to fail when the conditions for winning are so narrow, right?
Yes. You are, of course, correct.
Woohoo! We're correct.
Would that I had listened to the simpletons in my life earlier.
Well, I'm glad you've been doing some thinking. You were putting so much pressure on yourself to be the one keeping your family going. I can tell how much it was weighing on you.
I spent so long trying to fix them, trying to transform them into something that they were not.
Must feel bad though if you're trying so hard to do what you think is right, and then you realize that you were all wrong. That has to be harsh.
May I talk to you about my ex-husband, Sam?
Of course.
Of course you can. I know he gave you a lot of grief.
He hurt me deeply, in so very many ways. He was the start of all my delusions because I thought I could fix him.
I mean, that is a very common thing, I feel. It's like everybody thinks they can fix somebody else. And you just can't. The only one who can fix someone is themselves. You can help them, but they have to fix themselves, not only if they need to or want to. Just because you think they have to be fixed doesn't actually mean you're right.
I thought Frankie was the way he was because I was not an ideal wife. That perhaps he would have been faithful if I had been as beautiful or fertile as a Medici. I know I have been arguing with reality, as you have said, but the idea of a fruitful marriage, sanctified by God, this was the only reality I had.
That has to be harsh.
But that reality did not match with mine. God could not have blessed both our marriage and riddled Frankie's penis with French diseases.
Wow, that... Okay.
French diseases?
We used to call syphilis the malfrance.
Diseases don't belong to any nationality. You sound like a certain politician from back home.
Do not insult me. Have I not suffered enough with my husband's disgusting malady?
We're not insulting you, Signora.
It was a painful lie to live. I could only conclude from my sorrow that God was testing me. Endlessly.
No? Okay.
The Signora was seeking a justification for her feelings, and I believe she found one.
It was a painful
Oh well, had to...
I could only conclude from my sorrow that God was testing me. Endlessly.
Is it blaming though? No? Okay.
The Signora was seeking...
Then it's control fallacy.
I want to challenge you on something there. That sounds like a kind of hopeless statement.
I was wondering.
Like you're doomed to keep being tested on God's terms.
True.
Perhaps it was hopeless. As you said, Isabella d'Este and Francesco Gonzaga could not change their natures.
That's true, but here's the thing. Does that mean you were doomed, or were you just doomed on God's terms?
God, I love this game so much. The only problem with it is that it's a lot to think about afterwards, because I at least sit here and think about it properly, and I question myself afterwards.
I think this just needs a little reframing. I know you were dealt a rough hand, but it doesn't necessarily mean you were being tested. Sometimes we just gotta make do with the hand we got. What I'm suggesting is that then and now, a radical acceptance approach could have helped you.
What do you mean?
Oh, wow. You could have become a nun? I don't think polyamorous is gonna go down well. Secret arrangements also not gone down well. I'm not sure about either of these. I wouldn't have told her either of these. But if something, it would become a nun.
You could have become a nun, right? That would have been a way out of your situation.
Sam, you know me better than most.
No, you couldn't.
Well, I guess you could have been the queen of the nuns.
That was not an available position.
Maybe it wouldn't have worked out then.
Secret arrangement?
You could have had some sort of secret arrangement. That was pretty common back then, right?
Oh, we did have a secret arrangement.
Oh dear.
The arrangement was that he kept secrets from me and I pretended not to know it.
Had you ever considered talking about it?
I could not. You do not know what it was like back then. A woman, even one such as I, was always subject to her husband. I did not have a say in his affairs. I had to play the part of the good wife and mother. You must understand, I only earned my significant power by playing the societal game.
That was a rough time.
But he knew you were aware of his indiscretions, didn't he?
It was hard to deny when he approached me with that rotten thing between his legs.
Syphilis. Snappies. Yeah.
So why not bring the issue out in the open?
That's not how it worked back then.
He would have become angry, I am sure. Perhaps he would have beaten me and taken away the privileges I had worked so hard to earn. Perhaps it is pointless to tread over the past again and again. What has happened has happened.
That is true, but you can still learn from it.
It has been nearly 5 centuries. I should not let the past haunt me so.
Simple should statement.
It's a hard thing, Senora. But no matter how old we get, the stuff that happened to us when we were alive is the stuff that makes us who we are.
Okay, we're gonna have another small break because my cat is basically sitting next to me staring at me with the look of, excuse me, it's treat time. And he is right, it is treat time. So we're gonna have a small little break. I'm gonna go give Boss Cat his treats and then we'll hop back to Signora here and see if we can't solve all of her problems. There we go. We spoiled one cat. He now happy. And I have cookies. So I also happy.
To think you should get over it ain't being fair to yourself. And it's a challenge you created. Nobody expects you to get over your past.
This is true.
Heck, anyone who would have thought that's long dead now.
There is truth in what you speak. My father and mother, my husband, the Pope, even the Holy Roman Emperor, they are all very long gone.
Yep.
If I am true, Sam, I am still very angry about all the lies I was told. I may be harboring
And you're allowed
some
to.
resentment.
I mean, why not? Cuckoo.
You don't say.
You will understand when I tell you of Frankie's greatest
Oh.
cruelty.
Oh dear.
I will tell you that the man, for all his fighting spirit, had very weak sperm, for he could not sprout a male seed in my womb.
Blaming are always right.
Thankfully, I had no natural children of my own, but even I know that they would have had only half of my genetic material.
I will tell you that the man, for all his fighting spirit, had very weak sperm, for he...
Hold on, are you really blaming your
Was one of the
husband's
two.
sperm for your having girls?
It could not have been my fault.
Senora, even I know it's just luck of the draw. I think you know that too.
Fine. Perhaps I just wanted to insult Frankie. But I will continue. My first child was a girl. I could not have been more embarrassed. Or so I thought. Until I had my second child, who was also a girl.
Imagine that though, being embarrassed of having a girl.
I will tell you, Sam. I was a young woman in mourning. I did not emerge from my chambers for weeks. The next time, finally, I had a boy. My beautiful Federico. He was such a charming child. He would entertain me so with his clownish behavior. May I show you a picture, Sam?
Ooh.
Well, sure, let's take a look.
Look at him. Isn't he beautiful? He could have been a movie star or a model today, don't you think?
Sure.
Admit it, he is the most handsome boy who ever walked this cursed earth.
No?
Well,
Why am I asking you? What do you know of beauty?
It was the beauty of the time though.
Anyway, I gave all of myself to him. All my guidance, all my wisdom, and all of my love.
What about your daughters? Why didn't they get any love?
Everyone said, you are doting on him. Give him some air. How dare they tell me my business? I am Isabella d'Este. I know what is right.
Senora, I'm sure you knew what was best for your son, but ain't it possible that those people might have been able to help you? It's lonely work when you feel like you can't listen to anyone else.
Are you telling me how I should have raised my son?
No. But also yes.
I got a better sense of self-preservation than that, Senora. But you gotta admit, this Nosferatu thinking of being always right is pretty exhausting, ain't it?
Oh, that is true. And as it turned out, pointless.
I feel sorry for her. In all honesty.
It did not matter in the end. Frankie, in his supreme foolishness, managed to get himself captured by the French.
The horror.
He ransomed himself out of prison with something more precious than all the gold in Venezia.
Oh dear.
More valuable than the Pope's seat.
Aye. Sneaky cat. Nej. Du har fått? Like, he got his treats and I was saying, isn't there more treats? And I was like, no. There isn't.
He sold my son. My beautiful Federico.
Wow.
Dang. That must have been devastating, Senora. I can't imagine how painful that must have been.
No, you cannot. For you will never be a mother to a son so beautiful, so intelligent, and so pure.
That's harsh, though.
But that was not the end of my pain. It was not enough to take my son away. Not content to merely break me, the French, as always, needed to corrupt.
Oh, joy.
They sent my sweet Federico to a den of filth, a place where chastity went to die, straight to the crossroads of Sodom and Gomorrah. They sent him to the Vatican.
Okay, not what I expected. I did really not expect her to say the Vatican. But with what we know today, I guess it wasn't such a good thing.
The Vatican? Seems like that'd be a pretty boring place for a boy to spend time.
This was Rodrigo Borgia's Vatican. It was a city of prostitutes and perverts, and he was their mayor.
Well, I guess nothing new then.
My poor Federico. He was a boy of a certain age. I could not have prepared him for the temptations he encountered. When he finally returned to me, he was no longer Isabella d'Este's child. He was the child of Francesco Gonzaga, an experienced whoremonger in his own right.
It's not a should statement. It's not blaming because she doesn't blame anyone. Let me check. I'm a little bit uncertain about control fallacy.
Hold on a sec. No longer your child? You can't think that's true. You raised that boy, and there's no way he could forget you. Maybe he got up to shenanigans out there in the Vatican, but you're only hurting yourself by erasing your influence on him. Now be honest. Did he lose everything you taught him?
Doubtful.
No. He still had an appreciation of art, for which he had some taste. And he had some political acumen, I suppose.
I'm not saying you should forget what happened to your son. That would be pretty unrealistic. But give yourself some credit for the influence you had, huh?
Nej, du har fått. Och vänta, det bästa kommer komma igen. Ja. My cat's like, more treats. Me, no? Wait until the other person gets back from her game night and you can have treats then.
You are kind, Sam. Thank you. But it is hard to forget the child who returned to me.
I didn't like my answer.
I am a man now, mother, he would say. I do not have to listen to you. And indeed, he did not. Which is why he died of syphilis, just like his depraved father. He did not even have the courtesy to wait until I was dead.
No, I didn't like my answer. The world is ending. Now you all know.
Now do you understand why I prefer the illusion of truth and beauty I try to bring to art?
Yeah, I can understand it, but it's not doing you any good.
My mother told me when my marriage was young, Isabella, you must pretend that all is as it should be. The truth is dark, but you must maintain your own.
I hate to say it, Senora, but I think your mama was spouting a few should statements of her own. Keeping up that illusion must have been draining.
Yep.
That is why I tried to create my own illusions. If I depicted love and chastity in their ideal form, I could make that illusion come true.
That's control fallacy.
Well, Senora, if anyone were strong enough to change the world's morality, it might be you. But I think you know the truth is that you don't have that kind of control. No one does.
He's now looking at the cat tower right next to me, going like, Should I just lie here? Hi, Mav. Welcome home, I assume. My cat is just complaining that he didn't get enough treats.
Then why am I here, Sam? Why are any of us here? Are we here to eat, sleep, fornicate, and die?
Still has things to say about it.
I know a few folk who might say that's why we're here. It's one of them existential questions, ain't it? Here's my take, Senora. I think you're here to be you.
Can we really be anything else, though? I would say that would be the best we could be. Just being us. Being you.
I certainly hope you have something more intelligent to contribute.
Oh,
than
come
that.
on now, Senora. Being you is enough.
I don't really. Here's the thing, Senora. None of us is going to change the world overnight, or even in a millennium of nights. But our being here, being ourselves, swings the pendulum in a whole bunch of unknowable ways.
That is a dark interpretation of reality. Are we truly so powerless?
That's Nosferatu. No? Okay.
Isabella sees imperfection as helplessness. Help her see otherwise, my friend.
These imperfections, helplessness. Is that another control fallacy?
What I'm
Yeah, it
saying,
is.
Senora, is not that we're powerless. I'm just saying we ain't gonna change
The
the world
fuck?
on our own.
Do a foot. I have like the biggest eye sitting next to me, like, hello. I was only given my favorite treats. Where's the rest of my treats? I have eaten them all, so where's the rest of my treats? Yeah? Where's the rest of your treats? They will come later. The world isn't ending, kitty cat. No. Yeah. Stand there and licking his mouth like, tasty treats. And then like, hey, can I have more treats?
Not everyone's gonna buy what we're selling, but some people
Billy
are gonna
kitty.
get it. People are still out there talking about the art you brought to the world. Maybe fellas like me don't know who you are. I bet that nasty pope from your time wasn't your biggest fan.
Probably not.
But you can't help but be an influence on people. Just not all people. Ain't that so?
I do not know if that is enough for me, Sam.
Well, here's what I think we should do, Senora. All them efforts of yours are always facing outward. How about we spend some time on you?
What do you mean?
I mean, let's work on the things Isabella D'Este likes. Forget about the rest of the world. What are you putting in your art that's for you and not for anyone else? Is it a little embarrassing?
Hush. If you must know.
We must know.
It is centaurs. I like centaurs.
Aww. I like her.
Hey, I ain't gonna judge. Sometimes I like horses better than people too.
Yes, well, they are pleasing to look at.
Exactly.
Now, how about this then? Why don't you pick up a brush and paint yourself up a centaur?
I have not attempted to paint for centuries.
Then it's fucking about time.
This is just for you, Senora. No expectations. How's that sound?
I cannot believe I revealed this thing to you.
I'm glad you did. I'm a lucky fella. I get to know an Isabella D'Este no one else knows.
And no one else will know, or I will make you suffer.
And there came the Italian threat.
You got a deal, Senora. I'm here to be supportive, that's all. I hope that when you come back next month, we'll be having a nice conversation about you finding your muse.
Yes, perhaps. Very well, Sam. I do not understand your ways, but I cannot deny you have a certain untamed wisdom.
Untamed wisdom? You know what? We'll take that.
I shall attempt to paint a centaur. This is not what I expected from therapy, but I shall do as you suggest.
I wonder what she did expect from therapy. So, Mav, you're a therapist. Are sessions anything like this? I mean, minus the vampires. Although, it would be cool if it was vampires, but you know.
I shall see you in 4 weeks then. Arrivederci, Sam.
Oh yeah, see you soon, Senora. Arrivederci.
Arrivederci.
Goodbye.
Well, well, Samuel. You never cease to impress. Centaurs.
I don't think you're supposed to know about that, boss.
I am 3,000 years old, my friend. Horse people are somewhere at the very tip of my kinky iceberg. It is already forgotten.
Horse people. Okay.
Well, the Signora's pretty embarrassed about it, so I'd appreciate it if you kept it to yourself.
Signora Deste is wise to put her faith in you, Samuel. I will gently remind you that relationships between therapists and clients are highly discouraged.
Yeah, we don't want that. We want the other guy.
Oh, come on, Andy. It ain't like that. Signora Deste is just... You're messing with me.
Of course I am.
Unless.
All right, you know what? I'm going downstairs. I could use a drink.
Well earned, Samuel. Please, rest in peace.
He likes playing with him a lot.
Poor Signora. That lady's holding on to a lot of anger. Reminds me of myself as a young vampire.
The deeper I dig, the angrier Isabella gets. I don't think we're even at the core of it yet, but she's furious as hell with her husband and her son. Adored her son more than anything, a little too much maybe. Feels betrayed by both her husband and her son. Seems angry with herself that she wasn't able to control either of them. Maybe madder at herself than her boys. I tried to push Isabella to be a little more selfish. She can't control another human being, so maybe she can worry about herself first.
Pretty hot in here tonight. I think I'll get some air. Maybe I can get to know Bert a little.
Bert?
Hey, Bert, how's the crowd tonight? Same old, huh? So,
What do you even ask this guy? I mean, not like he answers.
what do you think of Leipzig, Bert? Real fascinating architecture here.
Not interested in architecture. Gotcha.
Hey, not everyone's into architecture, I get it. So what do you do for fun here? More of a homebody, I guess. Yeah, I'm a little introverted too. Spent 90 years walking in the woods, you know.
He's bored with you.
There's nothing I like better in nature. The trees, the plants, the animals. The cities just seem so dead at night.
You're boring him to
I can
death.
tell I'm interrupting. Well, nice talking to you anyway, Bert. I'm gonna head inside.
Bert.
Have fun, mate.
Fun, mate.
Hey, Crimson, how's the crowd?
Hey, cowboy. Bit busy tonight, but how'd your session go?
Pretty
I
well.
think this lady's starting to realize what she can't control, which is a lot. She's still mad as hell about it, but I think we're getting closer to acceptance.
I know how she feels, cowboy. I feel like I wasted years of my life in D.C. trying to make the world a better place. But it sounds like you are making progress to me. She's got time to make her peace. That's what Andy says about you vampires.
I mean, it's not wrong. Vampires have time to make their peace with things.
Yeah, that's true. We can take 40 years or 400, but that's up to us.
In the meantime, I'll whip something up for a hot summer night.
No, that's a bloody something.
What's this now?
Blood margarita. Figured a hot-blooded desperado like you could use something cold.
Oh, mighty kind of you, Crimson. I'll let you get back to work and take this up to my coffin for a quiet night.
Night,
Aw, we didn't get to visit our priest friend again. Shucks.
Now let's see, what'll help me reflect on the night? I think there's something Omar Khayyam once wrote that I can look up. Or I could watch Buster Keaton almost get himself killed a bunch.
Poetry today,
One of
then.
my transcendentalist friends told me about this one. I ain't too good with poetry, but this piece always stuck with me. The moving finger writes, and having writ, moves on. Nor all thy piety nor wit shall lure it back to cancel half a line, nor all thy tears wash a word out of it. Funny how people in far-off places and times always had some similar perspectives. Omar's right. You can't change the past. Life moves forward. I think that's enough for one night. Better get me some shut-eye. Got the feeling my work's gonna get harder before it gets easier.
Yeah, I think we have Edmund next, Mr. Drama Queen. That's always a thing.
My dear Samuel, greetings. How are you feeling tonight?
Or did we have our own therapy session first? I don't remember now.
Honestly, I'm feeling a little like a horse who's about to be ridden by a big old fella.
Oh my. Well, that's a thing.
I am not certain I comprehend your meaning. Have you met a special someone, my friend?
Yep.
What? No, it ain't that. I mean, I'm feeling a little on edge. Edmund's coming in.
I wonder if he managed to film himself and do something good.
Aha, our actor friend. What about him has you nervous, Sam?
He's just a lot to deal with. I find myself a little drained after our sessions.
Ah, yes. Challenging the reality distortion fields of those with narcissistic tendencies is taxing.
I know, but if I'm here doing this therapist thing, I should help him one way or another.
Ah, remember your own distortions. You are under no obligation to help Edmund. If helping him drains you, remember that you do not have to aid him.
Yeah, you're right. I still want to try, though. I want to see if I can help him.
I shall not stand in your way, then. Have you an idea of what distortions he might be exhibiting tonight?
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
What does he usually do? He's good with labeling. I think also blaming. Always right. And should statements. He's good at the should statements.
I think that should cover it.
Let's go.
Peace and patience, Samuel. Good luck tonight.
Incoming drama bat.
Thanks,
saying.
Andy. Edmund, amigo, how's it hanging?
To the left and most proudly, my dear boy.
He would answer that correctly, wouldn't he?
Indeed, tonight I sit before you victorious.
Oh.
Thy gentle prodding hath guided me back to the womb of creation.
Oh my.
Do I want you to spell that out for me?
The stage, good sir, the stage. For if all the world's a stage, then the stage is where humanity is born.
Yeah, I guess that must be true. So what are you saying? You nabbed some kind of juicy role?
Not just any role. Nay, I have been given the opportunity to once again subvert the audience's expectations.
Okay.
Though it was thy tender words that cleared the mists of doubt from my mind and reminded me that I belong to the stage, not to the audience.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Eddie. Tell me all about it. What's been going on?
Do you remember the advice you gave me when last we met?
Yeah. Film yourself.
I told you to film yourself doing some acting, right? How'd that go?
I did as you suggested. I set up a camera, and for no one but myself, I became the Dane.
The Dane.
Marmaduke?
Hamlet, my dear boy, Hamlet. I watched the great Edmund Kean inhabit the bard's greatest role once again, and in him I saw humanity pure, naked, and true. It was akin to pornography, albeit far more revealing. That Edmund Kean, I told myself, he and only he could produce something so beautiful.
Personalization.
We just
Boom.
made it there, Eddie. You're an incredible actor. Everyone agrees on that. But it's a big world out there, and everyone's got their own experiences. We all got capacity to do incredible things. It's a combination of luck, perseverance, and being in the right place at the right time.
All true things, I believe.
You ain't a great actor because you're Edmund Kean. You're a great actor because of the things that made you Edmund Kean.
Also true.
You toy with the fates and flirt with pedantry, my dear boy. Oh, it is oft said that an infinite number of monkeys with an infinite number of typewriters and infinite time could produce all the works of Shakespeare, but such a thing is infinitely unlikely. If you will permit me to continue, to watch myself act without an audience was simply rapturous. I am not ashamed to admit that I did weep. I wept for the stage, that I deprived it of my greatness on account of my own misplaced dread.
Still the most self-centered one of them all. It's all about Edmund.
I have been a cream-faced loon, a devout coward and most religious in it. Why should Edmund Keene fear any audience?
You're labeling yourself.
Whoa, slow down there, Eddie. I don't know what the heck a cream-faced loon might be, but it don't sound too good. Think about the Edmund that showed up here 2 months ago. If I had hurled a bunch of insults at him, would that have motivated him in any way?
I suppose not. That lily-livered boy was not ready for the weight of truth. You were wise indeed to treat him gently.
That boy's you, Eddie. He's still in there, so be nice to him, all right?
Very well. Honeyed words entrap sweeter prey, do they not? You spoke truly. Edmund Keene bared his chest to all the slings and arrows of an unappreciative audience, and was somehow surprised when they hit their mark. The Edmund Keene that you see before you is armored in love of the craft that no arrow may penetrate, and so casts aside the cloak of cowardice.
Drama queen.
To think, I feared mortal directors. I feared the audition and the criticism that would come afterward. I feared the cast list, bereft of Edmund Keene. But to you I give thanks, for can a mortal director know my brilliance? Nay, they're all clay-brained guts and mouldy rogues. Their disrespect for the craft makes fools of them.
The disrespect for the craft made fool of them. Is labeling them in a way, or is he blaming them? No. Always right? No, okay.
I believe Edmund's view of his critics may be a bit narrow. Just a bit.
It's just a bit.
Hey, what's that labeling?
What's the labeling?
For you? If you don't respect directors, why do you think they're going to respect you?
Because I'm worthy of respect. I create. They merely push the chess pieces on the board.
You know, my old buddy John used to say, respect given is respect earned. Maybe them directors would be bigger fans of yours if you didn't call them names.
Perhaps 'tis so. But they should know my value. I know in my damned soul that the stage is worse off without Edmund Keene, and nothing any mortal director can say will disabuse me of this. Ergo, I did ask myself, Edmund, what is an audition? Is it a trial to overcome? Is a director a god dispensing holy judgment?
Such a drama. Such a drama queen.
And I replied, Edmund, do not ask such foolish questions, the answers to which thou knowest well. An audition, my dear boy, is not an opportunity, but an invitation to display the craft before another.
Wow.
So I told myself, why not act, dear boy? And so I did.
So you did an audition, all right, that's great. Did you have fun with it?
You speak so simply, my friend. Fun does not adequately describe the feeling one has when the muse takes over.
Yeah, did you have fun with it?
It is transcendence, an affirmation of purpose, to condense humanity within oneself, if only for a moment. It is an orgasmic experience.
Oh my.
That sounds intense, Eddie. Having an orgasm in front of someone else is pretty brave.
Oh, but it is freeing. A true actor hides nothing. The director, she told me she had never witnessed such a thing in all her years, few as they were. I am certain that she thought to herself, is this Dionysus reborn? Why have the fates graced mine eyes with such depth of the human spirit?
I think she might not feel that way. Is he in the porn business now? Sorry.
This time, my friend, I did not have to wait for a cast.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
You are looking at a leading man once more.
In porn.
Hey, congratulations, Eddie. That's great. See, I knew you'd get your mojo back if you remembered what made you love the stage in the first place.
For this, I am eternally grateful, and indeed, I do have an eternity to be grateful. Now I can already hear the calls resounding through the theater. Keene! 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 Give us Keene!
He's a little bit up there.
You may want to pick a different name.
Nonsense! They will say Edmund Keene has returned, and be none the wiser as to the accuracy of their statement.
So what's the big role, Eddie?
Just a little. Now we're gonna get into it.
Ah, we get to the meat of it. Onto the very sinew at last. They say that every story is a circle, that we return whence we came. So it is with me.
Hamlet?
'Twas tragedy that made me. Tragedy that formed me. Tragedy that raised me to glory. And tragedy that shall do so once more.
Yeah, it's just a very little bit of, you know, dramatic.
I shall play the part of Piero. Piero, the clown who cried. Piero, the mask of the tragedy that is life.
Oh dear.
I ain't familiar.
I believe you are, though you know a far inferior version. The one made famous by that ludicrous creature, Grimaldi.
Huh? Okay, I'm done.
Grimaldi who?
Splud, my dear boy. Do you know nothing of late 18th century English theatre?
I do not.
They must have skipped that subject in frontier school.
Grimaldi was the other influential actor in London.
Oh, the other.
But whereas I drew out the soul and laid it bare on stage, Grimaldi, in comparison, was a clown, a jester,
You be labeling again.
a funny man.
Now hold on there, Eddie. People have written plenty about what a great actor you are. Giving another actor nasty labels don't look good on you. They probably ain't accurate either.
Oh, but my dear boy, Grimaldi was as the moon amidst the stars of jest, by whose pale light all subsequent mirth is but a reflection. He was the clown. So as you see, I cannot label one already so anointed.
Oh, in that case, label away.
Grimaldi was an artist, like myself. But where my canvas was the soul, his was the latrine.
Oh dear.
When I strode upon the stage, my audience saw all the acts of life play out, in all their woe and joy. Oh, but Joey Grimaldi, the great clown himself, could create bottom noises with his armpit.
I mean, that tends to get most of the audience to laugh, let's be honest.
Yet whose name was on the lips of the adoring public? Not Keane's, no. Not the bard's emissary. Give us the farting clown, they cried. Give us Grimaldi.
Told you.
So you see, my dear boy, for me to play the tragic clown Piero, this is my opportunity to take what Grimaldi stole from me.
What, the ability to make farting sounds with his armpit? Just asking.
What did he steal? He stole my audience.
Eddie, from what you've told me, I don't think you and this Grimaldi fella had the same audience.
Nah, me neither.
I don't think anyone showing up for a farting clown show and getting Edmund Keane is going to be too happy, and it'd have nothing to do with you.
But if Grimaldi had not peddled his base filth, my audience would not have waned when it did. They would have been mine.
Eddie, I think you're blaming Grimaldi for something that wasn't in his control.
Yep.
Was Grimaldi really trying to steal your audience, or was he just selling something they were buying?
Of course he was jealous. Why would he not be? If I were a middling actor and saw a young genius rising in the ranks of the Thespian Order, I would be much afeard of him.
Always right? Or personalization? Okay.
Edmund sees many things that are not reflected in reality, especially in the thoughts of others.
Of course he was.
Maybe Grimaldi
Was one of two. Was one of two.
Doing it, which is just what I've been encouraging you to do.
Tilly-fally. I said he was a clown, not lacking eyes and ears. Of course he was threatened by me.
But he wasn't.
But you said yourself that he had his own style that wasn't anything like yours.
He was a thief and a fool. If not for his cheap entertainment, I would have had the whole of London hanging on my every word.
No, those who are interested in him would still not have watched you.
And if the sun didn't shine, we could go out during the day. Come on, Eddie, the world ain't waiting on you. Grimaldi had his audience and you had yours. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Perhaps, though I weep bitter tears to think the people so base. And I weep for myself, my dear boy. The riches and fame he received should have been mine, and would have been, had the fates not cursed me with his birth.
Good.
His fame and riches should have been yours according to who, Eddie?
According to common sense.
Whose common sense?
Again you malign me with your beastly rhetorical traps. Can you not let a man vent his spleen without being so assailed?
Oh god, what a drama
I
queen.
ain't trying to give you a hard time, Eddie. I'm just asking you to question them shoulds of yours. Maybe you wouldn't need to vent that spleen so much. The point I'm trying to make is that making things about Grimaldi versus Keen ain't doing you any favors.
There is some truth in your words. Why should I lower myself to his level? I am no flatulent jester. I am Edmund Keen.
That we are very well aware of, my boy.
And mark my words, my boy. I shall cast Joseph Grimaldi from the Thespian Order. When I play Piero the Clown, Wikipedia shall forget all about that fool.
No?
Now Edmund believes he can change humanity's interpretation of history. This is a bit of a lofty goal.
Always right.
My words,
No?
Now Edmund
Really?
believes he can...
and mark my words, my boy.
Huh.
Shall cast
Labeling?
Joseph Grimaldi
Okay, this
from
one
the
I'm
Thespian
sure
Order.
about. Okay.
Just a sec there, Eddie. If Grimaldi is just a fool, you ain't taking his influence seriously. Reductive labels ain't gonna do much for you, compadre.
Your words hold a mote of wisdom. Very well. I shall redouble my efforts to ensure my audience knows Grimaldi was a mere fool. You see, my dear boy, I have already calculated my triumphant return to the stage. Every move, every word, every expression shall be unassailable. You see, Edmund Keen is never wrong about matters of character.
So never wrong means that you're always right.
I'm glad to hear your confidence, Eddie, but I just want to give you a word or two of caution. Acting's all about
Cookie.
humanity, not just Eddie Keen, right? If you don't give yourself a little room to bend, your audience might not see themselves in you.
That is true.
Ha! Let them dream their filthy little dreams. If my body is that which draws them in before I spring the theatrical trap, I care not.
I didn't mean that. I just meant that you're drawing some hard boundaries acting-wise. Giving yourself some middle ground ain't a bad thing.
I know you play your part, therapist, as I must play mine. I have heard your
Have a good
questions.
night's sleep,
They need not be
Lexi.
repeated.
We'll talk tomorrow. I have a cookie. Nom nom.
Indeed, I doubt our meetings will be necessary any longer. I must confess to some strong misgivings about you, therapist.
What do you look so angry for?
There are times when we speak that I feel exposed, diminutive, and weak, and I can only conclude from those feelings that you are trying to hurt me. Regardless, opening night is a month from now. I doubt you shall see me again, for I shall not need your services.
He's gonna be back as a clown. Just you wait and see.
The public thought they knew what a clown was. In a month's time, they will forget Grimaldi and
Okay.
Bozo,
Nom nom.
and only Keen's clown will remain. Therefore, why shall I need you? When I have the public's love that I am due, what need will I have for a therapist?
You'll need me to help you handle all that fame?
You might need me to handle all that fame. That ain't healthy for anyone, least of all a vampire.
Nonsense. You forget, dear boy, that I was raised as the darling of the public. I was a star at the age of 6.
And was that good for you, Eddie?
Of course it was. To be loved by so many, 'tis like a drug, but with no ill effects whatsoever.
Well, huh. I slightly disagree.
Seems to me the whole Cupid thing wasn't all that great for you, Eddie.
Ah, but the adoration was not the cause of my discomfort, only the nappy.
I doubt that.
Do you have any final words of wisdom for me then, dear boy? Theatre has lost its popularity because of my absence. When the public takes notice of Edmund Keen once again, how might I prepare myself?
I just want to remind you, Eddie, that even if you give the greatest performance of all time, people ain't waiting for you. Think about how you felt when you were acting for yourself and not for the audience. Your most important audience member is you, compadre.
Ever the nemesis of mirth art thou, Sam Walls. But there is a little wisdom in what you speak. I shall remember Edmund Keen.
He'll be back. I promise you.
I suppose then that this is goodbye, dear boy.
I'll be seeing you.
You sure you don't want me to keep your session slot open for next month?
There is no need. As you are so eager to help others, please do so, and worry not for Edmund Keen.
Oh, please keep it open for him.
Tell you what, I'll keep it open just this once. I'll take the night off if you don't show up. Sound good?
Then I beg you enjoy a night of simple peace. You shall not see me.
Oh, we shall see him. Trust you me, we're gonna see him.
I give you thanks. And please, send me a V-mail. I shall arrange theatre tickets for you if you are ever in London.
I'll do that, Eddie. You take care of yourself, you hear?
I shall be Edmund Keene's greatest advocate. Farewell, therapist. May fortune...
This is gonna crash and burn so bad. Oh boy.
Adios, Eddie.
Do we have Handsome Man to drink from today?
Well, Samuel, it seems you are down one client.
Nah, he'll be back.
Yeah, I guess so. If he thinks he doesn't need me, I guess I'm doing something right.
No, he
You are
needs
unsure.
I don't know, Andy. I think that fella's got some more work to do, but he ain't ready to do it yet.
He'll clown his
You
way
are
back.
correct, Samuel. I did warn you that this was likely to happen with our dear Edmund Keene. Do not consider it a failure of yours. Remember that we are all on our own journeys, and some of us need a little extra time to reach the next stage of that journey.
Yeah, he'll be back.
Or in my case, a few thousand years. We cannot control the mind of any other.
That is true.
Yeah, I suppose that's the way it's gotta be.
Go downstairs and have a drink to fate's whimsical turns. It is that which we cannot control that makes the world so rich and interesting.
True enough.
All right, Andy, that sounds good right about now.
Go then, my friend. The night awaits. Rest in peace.
We're gonna have to end our streams with that. Rest in peace. Especially when we play this.
Well, that was a weird one. I guess it always is with Edmund. Half the time I can't make heads or tails of what that feller's saying.
You quit therapy today? I guess I'll close out my notes. Eddie got cast in a play as some famous clown he had a rivalry with back in the day. He has rekindled his love for acting, not just the audience. Still think everyone is waiting for him to light up the stage, obsessed with his own Wikipedia. I don't know how I feel about this one. I hope I'm wrong and that Eddie is gonna be fine, though actors are strange. Oh, we're gonna meet Maddie. Yay! I'm actually looking forward to Maddie.
I'll go check in with Crimson and see if she's got any of her wisdom.
I love
to
Maddie.
share.
She's cool.
How we doing tonight, Crimson?
The drinks are flowing and the blood's pumping. Can't ask for more than that. How are you, Sam?
Well, I had my first client graduate. They quit therapy today.
Congratulations, cowboy. Helped a vampire see the light, huh? How do you feel about it?
I would like to say poorly because we're pretty sure he's gonna come
I
back.
swear this fella's just doubling down on the stuff that's making him unbalanced. He thinks he's gonna make the whole world admire him. I'm afraid he ain't nearly born enough for mass appeal.
Sorry to hear it, Sam. I'm sure he must have gotten something out of talking to you, though.
Well, even if not everyone loves what he's doing, at least he's doing what he loves.
Hey, I'd call that a win, cowboy. Not everyone gets to do what they love.
Oh, that is so true.
Sounds like you got some feelings about that.
All right, I'm gonna let you in on a big, dark secret. Maybe even darker than the fact that I drink blood.
You don't like bartending?
I'll hold it with high honor, Crimson.
I liked being a lawyer.
Okay.
Oh, you're right. Well, that is dark.
Oh, shut up. I was good, Sam. I fought the good fight, and I knew case law like the back of my hand. The law just moved too slowly for me in the end, and getting cancer made it seem meaningless. Now, I love this place, and I love Andy, but I know I wasn't born to bartend.
Couldn't you practice law in Germany?
You try learning German and tell me how it goes, Desperado.
Oh, come on, it ain't that hard. I've picked up some German already. Ich spreche Deutsch good.
Yeah, no.
Hold me, Maxie. The cowboy is being once again too cute. I believe I shall burst.
Reinhard. Literally.
Cowboy, come with us and we will teach you how to speak sehr good Deutsch.
I think I hear my dinner calling. I'll talk to you later, Crimson.
Be gentle with him, you two.
I like that it's not.
Now we
They're
will
like.
teach you the German that is most important for you to know.
I mean, it's. He's a vampire and she's telling them to be gentle with him. I love it so much. I love these two.
It is important to ask politely when you wish to drink from someone's neck. Tell them, your neck is beautiful. May I drink from it?
Ihr Hals ist wunderschön. Darf ich von Ihnen trinken?
Now ask Reinhard if he will let you drink from his neck.
It is very important to get the declensions correct in German.
I wish I could scroll back up again. think it. God damn it! I should have followed up so much better. Your neck is Wondershone. Is it that
Your
one?
Hals ist wunderschön. Darf ich von Ihnen trinken?
Sehr gut, mein Sanna Schnittchen. Ja, wunderbar. Du kannst gerne von meinem Haus trinken. Oh, Maxi. Now I'm feeling very disoriented and euphoric. Oh, so I've done many club drugs.
I will take you home, Knutkugel. Now what do you say, cowboy?
Oh,
Dankeschön. Na, Dankeschön, Dankeschön.
Dankeschön, sexy. We must practice together so. I must take this hot little man home now. Tschüss, tschüss.
Oh, yeah, see you later, you two. Well, it's about time for some shut-eye anyway.
Tschüss, tschüss. These two are amazing. Whoever imagined them up, chef's kiss. I love them. Okay.
Good evening, Samuel. I believe you are seeing your elder vampire tonight.
Mm-hmm. Time for Medi.
That's right. I hope she's making some progress. Well, the world sure did a number on that lady.
I am hopeful. One does not live so long without being very resilient. I have had a number of near-final death incidents myself, and I had been trained to fight since childhood.
That's true. She's clearly got a few tricks up her sleeve. I don't even know how she plays them 3D video games.
Our streamer.
Based on her last session, you probably have some idea of her current concerns. Would you like to prepare your distortions?
Yeah, I guess I'd better do that. Now, let's see.
Let's see. Ow. A little bit of blaming. She uses a lot of should statements. No, I don't think so. Always right. I think labeling. Going to go to bed now? No, it's not even 10 p.m. yet. We have like an hour more of this. That was him that was going to bed, not me.
Alright, I think
You're going crazy? I think you heard him going to bed. He was going to bed. I'm not going to bed.
Very good, Samuel. I shall leave you. I believe I hear the flapping of ancient wings.
He went to take a nap. Now we're gonna meet Miss,
Greetings, my most favorite mouse.
our mousy.
Good to see you, matey. How's this month been for you?
Oh, it's been ever so tiring. My glitch channel hit 100 million followers, and they are all very hungry for content.
Glitch channel. Imagine having 100 million followers. Holy, I would be scared.
What do you mean by content? Is it like making a TV show?
Oh, no, silly mouse. Do you know how we're hungry for blood all the time? Mortals are like that too, but for content. It means constantly putting up new things on the internet. If they don't get content, they get frightfully bored.
I mean, she's not wrong.
I can see why that'd be exhausting.
It's alright, silly cowboy. It can be very nice. They're always very excited to see me. And they give me ever so much money. I don't know what to do with it all.
Give it away.
Well, sounds to me like you can afford to take a break, huh? Did you take that day off like you promised?
I did. I didn't like it very much.
I'm sorry to hear that, matey. What was bad about it?
It was very quiet. It was just me, alone, with no one to talk to but the voices in my head. And those voices are very unkind.
Okay, so she doesn't think kindly of herself.
What do they say?
They say, Maddie, you're being a very naughty vampire. You should respond to your zealots. You should be planning your content.
Should statement.
Well, heck, matey. Who the hell do them voices in your head think they are, telling you what you should and shouldn't do? Them shoulds don't mean anything at all. And it ain't nice of them at all to be pressuring you.
I could certainly be a lot kinder. I already know that I should be preparing my content and answering my zealots. They don't need to be rude about it.
Well, maybe they were being rude because they know they're full of horse shit, huh? Ain't no shoulds but the ones we make up.
Silly cowboy. You don't know anything at all about the internet, do you?
I love her.
Yeah, I gotta confess, I got almost no idea what you're talking about. I didn't get much past female.
I don't know what I'd do without the internet. I'd probably be a pile of ashes. Or maybe a desiccated, bloodless corpse.
I gotta ask, how'd you get so good at all this internet stuff anyway? I can't keep up with all this modern technology.
Well, back in the before times, I didn't need the internet very much. I used to live in the wilds, where no one knew to look for me. If any silly mortals came to visit me, I would eat them. And if no one came to visit, I could go hunting for them on my own.
Seems like a kind of simple life, but not a bad life.
But now there aren't any wilds. Now there are motorways and nasty machines. Now there are suburbs and shopping centers.
So what did you do when the wilds went away?
I moved into the city, but I never liked it very much. People were very upset at me for being able to come out only at night. They started to whisper that I was a witch. I know what mortals like to do to witches. Pop goes the eyeball.
She has a slight wonkiness to her, doesn't she?
Oh, right, yeah. Funny. So, how'd you manage?
Well, I found out I could get mortals to do things for me. In exchange for a peek at my naughty bits, and for their miserable little insect lives, they would clean up after all my messes. Realised that mortals only ever wanted one of two things from me. To kill me, or to do sexual things with me. As long as they think they can have a chance of sexual things, I can control them.
I think you're shooting fish in a real small barrel there, miss. You're judging mortals based on your experience, but there are about 8 billion of them out there.
Yep, way too many.
There are mortals who hate killing, and hate sex, or don't even care about either of those things. Some of them just want to watch TV and they're happy with that.
Those are even more disgusting, because they are cowards and liars.
Oh ho ho.
Most of my best friends over the last millennia have been insects. Do you know why, little mouse?
No threat to you?
Oh, why don't you tell me?
Insects never lie. They kill, they eat, and they make babies. Sometimes they eat their babies. They don't pretend to be intelligent and chivalrous. They just are. They never surprise me. That's why I don't let mortals surprise me either. If they were honest, they would eat their babies too.
No. I don't think so.
Well, that conversation took a kind of dark turn, but I think I get what you mean about not letting mortals surprise you. You're protecting yourself, and that's a sensible thing to do. That being said, you seem pretty convinced that danger is a sure thing.
That's right. If I let myself feel safe, that's when they'll come for me.
I think that's not always right.
Medic, you've lived in the woods like I have. I get fear is important. It protects us.
Woohoo!
But you know as well as I do, that feeling's been wrong sometimes. I'm not saying not to be afraid, just to accept your fear might not always be right.
That's a good one.
Heck, I think one of my best friends in the last 50 years was a grizzly bear.
Oh my.
Oh, I suppose that's true. I used to have a wolf. Fionnuala the Fair, I called her. She could catch human treats right out of the air.
So you had a dog or a wolf?
Human treats?
Oh, you know, a finger,
okay.
a nose, an ear. She was so cute.
Oh, well, I'm glad you made a friend. But again, you weren't afraid of her, which is how you were able to make friends at all. But don't let me interrupt you. You figured out how to get mortals to help you. Then what?
Well, my devoted little perverts were very helpful, but they had a very nasty habit of getting caught disposing of bodies. Policemen would shoot them into little bloody giblets. I don't like policemen very much.
I haven't had a good track record with lawmen either.
That's why I don't use them as my helpers. I can't trust them not to take their guns out and go, pow, pow, blam, 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 blam. Ugh, oh, I'm dying. My guts are falling out. Oh, why, policemen? Why? Anyway, if my blood bags died, it would mean I couldn't get a fresh supply of blood without doing very risky things. I realized that the more blood bags I had, the safer I'd be. That's why when I found out about the internet, I knew I had to get online.
Has she actually trained her blood bags to learn how to get rid of stuff better?
I guess that makes some kind of sense.
Oh, it was so exciting though, little mouse. All of a sudden, I could make people do whatever I wanted without having to leave my flat at all. I had so many fans, and they would disappear, but then they would be replaced by even more, just like insects. It was very easy back then. All you had to do is say you were a girl, and the grabby little grubs would come out of their holes. Ah, we want vaginas.
So I ain't exactly gonna defend how menfolk act on the internet, but going back to what we were saying before, using these funny labels of yours probably makes it easier to fall into the overgeneralization trap.
Yep.
If you label people on the internet grabby grubs, well, that's all you're gonna find. Know what I mean?
Sometimes I think maybe you're a fun vampire. You take all the fun and go...
I ain't trying to ruin your fun, Betty. Just asking you to think about the words you use and why you might be using them.
But then people realized they could say that they were anything on the internet. It was all like a big game. And what do you suppose I said I was?
A vampire witch?
Did you say you were a wizard?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I guess I don't either. Always cheating at cards. That ain't right.
I think you're thinking of magicians, little mouse. I said I was a vampire.
Well, that sounds kind of dangerous. I'm surprised you were so open about it after all you've been through.
Nobody believes you.
Oh, but as far as they knew, I was only pretending to be a vampire because you could be anything you wanted to be. Sometimes they would come to meet me in person and they were so surprised when I drank all of their blood. But I don't think they minded very much. I think that was my favorite time of the internet. There was a little place there for everyone. Even me.
The very beginning of the interwebs, huh? Long time ago.
I ran a web ring for vampires. We had our own websites where we would invite people to come let us drink their blood.
Kind of like this bar then.
I suspect that some of the others were actual vampires, but even I didn't know. That's what made it so special.
Hey Nor, and good night, sleep tight.
We would send V-mails to one another and talk about vampire things. Oh, of course, it was nothing more than silly games. I think for the only time ever in my life, I had a community.
Ah, we're getting to something there. She had a community back then. Now they're just followers.
Gosh, you actually make it sound pretty nice. Maybe I should get a little more into this internet thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're too late for that, internet little mouse. It's all gone now.
Bye-bye.
Well, dang, what happened? Where did the whole internet go?
It went to social media. Face Friend and Giver and Stumbler and
Face Friend. So Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr. I mean, Stumbler has to be Tumblr.
Instead of looking for people like us, we just started asking the entire world to pay attention to us instead.
Well, that don't make too much sense to me. Sometimes when I was walking in the deep woods at night, I just used to have a good yell, but I didn't expect nobody to answer.
But that silly little mouse. The darkness is always listening, and something will always call back. We just don't know who or what.
True.
I'm having a little trouble following. So it sounds like you had a group of people you trusted, and then just anyone?
That's right. I didn't know who they were. They just started following me. And some of them followed me because they thought I was pretty, and some because they thought I was strange, and some because their friends were following me. Suddenly, I had 1 million mortals who would do anything I wanted them to do, and believe whatever I wanted them to believe.
I'm still pretty sure I wouldn't want 1 million mortals.
It's easy, you know, little mouse. They want to be controlled, and I can control them all.
They want to be controlled? How do you know that?
They live such short, confused lives, full of uncertainty. I'm doing them a favor, Mouseling.
Are you, though?
Even if that's true, you still can't read their minds. Maybe they don't want that favor. Maybe they don't know they're uncertain. Heck, maybe they even like uncertainty.
All true.
Oh, silly cowboy. They don't know what they want or don't want. You know that. The only problem is that I have so many of them to take care of.
Pretty sure they do know what they want or don't want. If not, they wouldn't be following you.
The problem with having so many followers is that I have to feed them so much content. Even just playing video games all the time can be a lot of work.
You have enough money to have people
You said that
collect
taking
stuff
that
for
break
you.
didn't do much for you, huh? You were just thinking about all the work you have to do for your followers?
That's right.
It sounds like you might have a bit of an addiction, Betty. I gotta question whether having all these followers is a good thing for you. Having friends is nice, but these fans and zealots, well, it sounds like you've taken on a big task.
Yep. I wonder how many big content creators feel this in some fashion or another. I wonder.
It is. But I can't help that they're so very needy. If they weren't so hungry all the time, I wouldn't have to feed them.
Mitty, I gotta say, you gotta take on some of the burden of this decision to feed all those fans of yours.
We be blaming.
Feeding them ain't your responsibility, you know. They can beg and whine all they like. You don't need to do a damn thing you don't want to do. And they don't need you as much as they think.
Some of them say that I'm codependent.
That is correct.
Well, I think those might be the ones who actually give a damn about you.
Ugh, I don't know. At least there are some that need a little less attention. It's the zealots who are the most demanding.
Remind me again, who are these zealots?
From my Only Zealots page. The website where I show my breasts and vulva.
Oh yeah, that one.
Don't be scared, little mouse. You're acting like a mortal. It's just squishy parts, we all have them. They're not special.
I love her so much.
Oh, fair enough. I'm just not a very European vampire yet. So, these zealots, they take up a lot of your time?
Yes. It's frightfully bothersome. But they're ever so reliable. And someone has to go deal with my landlord and my computer upgrades. And go to prison for me if necessary.
Well, dang, it sounds to me like you're asking way too much of each other. This can't be healthy. Isn't there a better amount of interaction on these websites?
But I always know best when it comes to the internet. I have more followers than just about anyone, little mouse.
I think it's obvious
that was
you know
easy.
What's effective for your picking up followers and getting them to do stuff for you. But I don't think anyone really knows how this thing works. You can't have all the answers. The answers are always changing. You've said it yourself. You've already been through one internet. Who's to say how long this one will last?
Well, that's worse then. That means that I have to have lots and lots and lots of followers in case this internet goes away.
Well, let's say that's true, and I don't think it is. It just means you gotta be adaptable, right? Cunning like a fox.
I suppose that's true. Maybe there are other ways of doing the internet. But even that sounds like more work. There's something more, though, about the internet and how it works.
Oh, are we gonna get inside information?
Can you keep a secret,
Are we?
little mouse?
Nothing you say leaves this room.
Well, I'm pretty sure Andy hears all of it.
Well, the secret is that the internet is changing. Because of me.
Oh.
How do you mean?
I discovered something. Do you know how I told you that the internet used to be a nice way to meet people who thought the way I did?
Well, yeah, I think I got that.
Well, something there in the darkness is helping me. It makes people think they know me and want to follow me and be close to me, even if they wouldn't normally like me.
Okay, wow, that is hitting on some rather dark, creepy stuff.
It has been watching everything the mortals have been doing for a long time, and it remembers all of it, no matter how big or small.
Is this true?
It counts every second, it remembers every click, it can tell you what
The
you want
algorithm.
before you even know it.
Yes?
Well, you gotta be kidding me. This is some kind of elder
It's the
vampire.
algorithm. That sounds like the algorithm. You think we're right?
I don't know, but it's growing very quickly. I learned how to
Oh,
speak.
AI? AI. Artificial
Calls
intelligence.
itself
Yeah, the algorithm.
algorithm. And it's hungry. Even
The
hungrier
algorithm.
than we are.
It had to be the algorithm.
It's the creature that told all those mortals to follow me in the first place. It decides what and how much content I need to make.
Which one? The YouTube algorithm?
It's probably listening to us right now. It says, I told you, the darkness is always listening.
Mitty, if what you're saying is true, I think this is some really dangerous shit. This algorithm sounds like it's trying to turn humanity into a big formula.
Wow.
But it's doing it. What if all mortals really are just the same?
No?
Medi has forgotten her mortality if she believes mortals are all the same. It is a sad commonality in elder vampires, unfortunately.
But it's
Mitty, I don't think that's true. You said it yourself. People used to find each other because of their similarities, right? Now this algorithm, I don't think it's proven humanity is all the same. I think it's trying to push humanity all in one direction. It's trying to make them all the same.
But why would it want to do that?
I wouldn't say the algorithm is doing that. It's more showing you more of what you already enjoy, right? I thought that was what the algorithm did.
I don't know. I just got a bad feeling about this.
Didn't you say that feelings don't make something real?
I know. I don't know. I think I don't know enough to say yet. Maybe. But Mitty, one thing I am sure of is that this algorithm thing is hurting you. It's telling you what content to make. Who the hell is it anyway? I gotta ask you to think about what you want. Pretend there ain't no zealots and there ain't no fans. What would you be doing if they weren't around?
Are you alright, little mouse? You've gone quite pale, which is impressive for a vampire. I don't wish to worry you.
Yeah, I'm fine. Just tell me you're gonna do something for you this month.
Well, I used to make my own clothing. I could try to do that if it would make you feel better, my sweet little rodent.
What'd make me happy, Mitty, is you doing something just for you. Does that sound good?
All right. I'll try then. I will see you next month.
The algorithm, every content creator's biggest fear.
Of course. You take care of yourself. I'll be looking forward to seeing what you've sewed up next time.
Then, farewell, little mouse. I hope you find a nice hole to scurry into.
She is a special,
Hey, did you get that
special
stuff
lady.
About the algorithm? You ever heard about anything like it?
I'm scared of the algorithm.
I am not eager to reveal such things to you, but there are sleeping terrors.
Oh, come on now,
Consumers
Andre.
if we are
That
unlucky
now
enough
you're
for them
being
to
mean.
awaken.
Can you say that again?
But this, no. I am not aware of any such creature. What Mitty described, a creature that takes note of every small change in nature, sounds like a force of nature itself.
But it only exists on the interwebs.
I will make inquiries. Do not fear, Samuel.
Thank you for taking in, Mob.
Even if such a beast truly exists, it cannot change our nature as
Right,
long as
right.
we are
We
true
shall
to
do.
ourselves. This only proves how important our work is, does it not?
How do you explain to a vampire what an algorithm is? I love this game. And stretchies? Okie dokie. We can stretch. Ow. I have had massage. That makes stretching kind of painful. But still good. Still good.
Yeah, you're right. I guess I got a little spooked, but...
I love that a vampire got spooked by the algorithm. It's like perfect. That is so perfect.
You know what might make you feel better? Dancing.
Do we ever get Sam dancing?
I ain't that shook up, Andy. Maybe I'll go down and get me a drink, though.
Can we meet our priest again, please? Because, that was a tall drink of water.
I will not probe, though I am curious about your aversion to dancing. When you are ready to speak of it, I am here.
You're gonna be waiting a while, boss.
As long as it is less than eternity, I will be here.
I love Andy.
Okay, you go do your wise old vampire wizard thing, and I'll go drink some blood. I'll see you later, Andy.
As long as it's less than an eternity, I'll be here.
Rest in peace, Samuel.
Should adopt that in this channel. Rest in peace at the end of every stream.
Another night, another
Soul
soul
cancelled. Yeah. See what we say about this one then. Got a little more insight how Medi is letting the internet affect her. Andy suspects there's an ancient fallen angel out there pulling the strings. Bases her personal value on her follower count going up. This, I think, a lot of content creators do. Doesn't seem to have any real friends, just fans. Is letting this algorithm determine what she does all day, still not spending time offline. Whatever this algorithm is, it sounds like a real asshole. Well done, Mr. Algorithm, you just had your self-identity pretty much pinpointed. And where this thing has really gotten is hook in Medi. If I'll keep pushing her to value herself, though. Yeah, that's probably good.
Can't believe someone as old as Medi's letting anyone control her. I guess some problems don't disappear no matter how old we get. Well, time to get some bartender wisdom.
Yep.
Howdy, Crimson. Think you could whip me up one of them bloody Steves?
Sure thing, cowboy. Tough night at the office.
Oh, just got some of them existential questions lingering on my mind. Can you believe someone can be 1,800 years old and still let society tell them what to do?
Yep. Easily.
I can believe it. Folks can get real uncomfortable when someone shows up and does things differently.
Oh, no kidding, my client's a weird one, but I think that's what makes her special. Just wish she saw it the same way.
Think you're making some headway, Chief? How's your session go?
I don't know. What do we think? Do we think it went okay, or do we think it went like pretty poorly? I think it went okay. It wasn't perfect, but yeah. It's like, can we have like a in between? Not like poorly, but not well. Like, it went okay. She's a hard one to help though, because she's so addicted to her followers and what they need and what she needs from them. But I think like I don't really feel like we got through to her. In all honesty, didn't feel like it. Feel like she's still playing more cat and mouse with us than anything, and we're the mouse. Doesn't help that she's calling us little mousy. Yet we didn't exactly piss her off either. I'll go for pretty well, because that's
getting somewhere with her, slowly but surely. She does a lot for other people, but not a lot for herself.
because I think we're getting in.
Makes her real popular, but I think she's realizing that popularity ain't what it's cracked up to be. She's got her own strengths, and I hope she'll lean on them.
Hopefully.
You're a rare one, Sam. I get where she's coming from. Lawyers like rules, even about lawyering. My colleagues didn't care much for my style, so I had to adapt. But they'd get so bogged down in doing something right that they'd stop getting anything done.
How do you like to do things then?
Good question.
I told you how case law is my thing, right? Well, I studied the worst cases. The ones where injustice prevailed because some corrupt judge invoked some ancient precedent.
Ooh.
I used their tools against them. Made them look like fools. What goes around comes around, right?
Oh yeah, karma's a definite bitch.
And your colleagues weren't into that?
Nope.
Hell no. No one was gonna listen unless I was polite and civil. But power never listens to polite and civil.
You got that right. Well, that's a shame, Crimson. Sounds like they lost a hell of a lawyer.
Yep.
They sure did. Now, I got that drink for you. Sorry, no Bloody Steves this time. This one's a Gunther.
A Gunther?
I'm sure I'll love it. I'll take it up to my coffin for a day cap. You have a good night, Crimson.
You too, cowboy.
Hey, we didn't get to see the Gunther.
There we go. Nice.
I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed we didn't get to see the Gunther. Nice
Now,
and
let's
cozy.
see. I can read Emerson. I think he's got a piece that'll help me reflect on the night. Or I could watch Charlie Chaplin make lawmen look like fools.
Watch cops being cops or read some Emerson. In a little bit of the fair, though,
to my
so...
transcendentalist family for introducing me to Emerson. I think there's a passage about being a nonconformist in Self-Reliance. Whoso would be a man must be a nonconformist. He who would gather immortal palms must not be hindered by the name of goodness, but must explore it if it be goodness. Nothing is at last sacred but the integrity of your own mind. Absolve you to yourself, and you shall have the suffrage of the world. I like that. Exploring is its own goodness. I learned that lesson hard in my quiet years. Just observing the world taught me more than all my years of living.
You learn a lot from observing.
With
I'm
1800
sure.
years, who knows what good Meddy's found?
Yes, that's a better thing to ask her. What's the good you found? Not like all the bad, but what good have you found?
Well, I think that'll do it for me tonight. Time for some shut-eye. Think I've got some tough battles ahead.
Yeah, the first our own, if I'm not mistaken. Our own therapy session.
There he is, Samuel Walls, vampire therapist extraordinaire. How are you feeling tonight?
Yeah, I mean, so we have our own therapy session.
Oh, come on, Andy. I'm keeping my hat on, but that don't make me an ace therapist.
No, but your progress with your clients does. I must confess, I think you are a more fitting therapist than I am. Your clients are quickly comfortable with you. I believe my clients are afraid of disappointing me.
I mean, I guess I can see where that makes sense. I ain't too keen to disappoint you either. You always make that face.
What face is this now?
Never mind.
That face.
I'm teasing you, Samuel. I understand. It can be difficult to relate to a 3,000-year-old
That
being.
face.
But let us not spend our time talking about me. I am more curious about you. Let us start with some meditation, and we will see what arises for you.
Think we can do this one right.
Remember your place of comfort, my friend.
And
remember
breathe.
to breathe.
Life just ain't fair. There once was a man named John Muir. Maybe I should start a farm or something. Not Debella. Her blood tastes real fine. Wonder whether I could rent a horse. The bastards are unstoppable now. I deserve to be punished for what I've done. Ain't right they don't let dead folk vote. Wonder what's going on back home. Hope Reinhard doesn't try to teach me more German.
Why not? You did good.
Crimson's real cute when she scrunches her nose up. I've been a real bad boy. Wonder how Edmund's doing.
How do you feel, Samuel?
That was faster than anything else we've done.
Pretty good. Well, sometimes my thoughts got away from me, but that's not uncommon.
Exactly. Meditation is not a game one plays to win. What sorts of things came up for you?
After our last session, I can't help but think about my criminal past and how I was pointing fingers everywhere but at myself. The universe dealt me a bad hand, but I played that hand poorly. I got abused, and then I abused other folk. I guess that's
Monkey see,
fair,
monkey
so,
do.
Yeah, I can feel bad, but Maybe the universe was just evening itself out.
Aha. Samuel, I know that when we both have suffered and caused suffering, it is tempting to blame the fates. But this is dangerous, a sort of cosmic control fallacy. If we expect that fate will reward and punish fairly, we are bound to be disappointed.
Well, I mean, we talk about karma, but you know.
We are immortals, Samuel. We live long enough to see old grudges die, and the judgments of our generation replaced by another. So in the grand scale of time, how can any judge fairness?
True.
Dang. That's a real good point, Andy. But a depressing one, honestly. I was never a man of faith, but walking in them woods for so long, seeing so much nature, so much life and death, I started to feel a kind of flow to the universe, you know?
I understand, Samuel. I am not suggesting that you deny any kind of spiritual faith you may have. It is fairness that is the fallacy. If we cannot define fairness, we certainly cannot expect it.
Yeah, I think I see what you mean. Dang, another cognitive distortion, huh?
No one ever said being human was easy.
Hey, we can all agree on that one, right? Being human isn't easy.
Yes, this distortion is called the fairness fallacy by mortal psychologists.
You know these folks who say, I worked hard so I deserve to get what I want? Well, that's just you thinking you deserve something. Don't mean no, I'm sorry. Well, just you thinking you deserve something don't mean the universe will reward you. Truth is, your definition of fair is personal and it often conflicts with other people's definition. It's a fairness fallacy to assume our picture of what is fair is the only reasonable outcome. Examples, I donate a lot to lots of vampire charities. I know I'll be rewarded by tripping on an oil deposit real soon. My buddy Alejandro sleeps in his coffin all day. He doesn't deserve his muscle tone. I'm a great therapist, so Andy'll surely give me his therapy practice, though I got no head for business.
Let me give you a few statements that might have examples of the fairness fallacy, and you try to find them. I work hard to ensure my club is dope because I believe in earning my good reputation.
That's not...
Hey man, like, maybe it's good karma, and maybe it isn't. But I just like to put out some positive vibes.
I'm sorry, him with that voice was weird.
The great vampire banker Count Van Gelder has been an entitled prick for 6 centuries. It's only a matter of time before he gets what's coming to him.
That's fairness fallacy.
I think I heard of this fella. He was one of them vampires pulling the inflation strings during that coronavirus thing, right? They say he caused the Great Depression back home, too. You're right that he's acting like a prick, but the universe ain't accidentally gonna make him fall on a wooden stake.
You are correct. This is a fairness fallacy, and a bit of wishful thinking.
A bit of wishful thinking. Ugh, this game.
You really don't like this fella, huh, Andy?
He is a 600-year-old investment banker. He's tried to summon demons, and even they refuse to spend time with him.
Okay. Even demons refuse to spend time with him? Well then. Oh my.
Yeah, and he's ugly too.
Let us not descend to his level, Samuel.
Oh, sorry.
For you would never reach the bottom. Why bother being kind to mortals? The universe only punishes kindness.
The universe punishes kindness? Well, that ain't nothing you can know, boss. Sounds like a fairness fallacy to me.
Yep.
Indeed, Samuel. It's the sort of thing a more nihilistic vampire might say. But such nihilism is not founded in objective reality.
Oh, we're gonna have to use this from our clown, aren't we?
And nihilistic vampires are real downers at parties. At the last Blood Drinkers Ball, I ended up at the same table as Ayn Rand. I cannot imagine who decided to offer her immortality. That was my longest night in thousands of years.
Oh boy.
Well spotted, Samuel.
I got all the fairness fallacies right.
Indeed you did, Samuel. You are most adept at tracking down cognitive distortions.
I got a good tracking nose, I'll tell you that. I can't tell you the incredible things I learned just being in nature for so long.
Yes, you speak quite highly of this time. This is where you discovered the concept of cognitive distortions. And you said something about a flow to the universe?
Oh, yeah, that. I don't know, Andy. Something about seeing so much life and death and rebirth. I think it made me start to look at things differently.
It sounds as though it was a spiritual experience for you, Samuel.
I think it was too. My buddy John, he showed me the way. John Muir, you probably know who he is.
Yes, of course, the American naturalist. He made the entire United States agree that its nature was beautiful and worth protecting.
Well, God, we wish that was true these days. Pretty sure there's a lot of people who think differently.
That's John, all right. I used to call him Johnny Christ because of the way he could make you believe. He didn't like that too much, but he had a way of making people think differently.
How did you meet?
You know what? I'm gonna just go extremely quickly to grab something more to drink because this is very empty. So, very quick, be right back. I just managed to do this again. How is it that the headset that I have, it has a magical way of twisting on itself? It's incredible. That's why I want the headset that has no string on it.
By the late 1800s, my hippie friends moved west. John, he was their hero. He walked and thought, and no modern comforts. We got along well. He liked that I never got tired. We usually walked in silence, appreciating nature. He'd draw, I'd write. I think it was the first man I fell in love with. I was still a young vampire then, not even a century old, thinking I was straight.
No, you have a gay vampire.
Most of us need a good 100 years before we are ready to open Pandora's underwear drawer.
Just a good 100 years, huh?
Yeah, about that.
Why are we so sexy anyway? Oh boy. Are there any straight vampires?
I've been wondering, are there older straight vampires out there?
No. Sexual exclusivity of any sort seems incompatible with immortality.
Now we know.
There is a group of vampires out in Washington who claim to be straight, but they are not fooling anyone.
We're straight. No, we're not.
How long did it take you to branch out?
Branch out?
Oh, Samuel, death had little effect on my sexuality. I am from another era. Do you remember the 1970s? They were nothing compared to the 970s BC.
Oh boy.
The stories I could tell you. One night, my friend Heraclos and I snuck into the
I was just thinking about the time.
I'm joking, Samuel. Such a thing is not for a therapist to share in a session. I just wanted to tease the American a little.
Well, I think you're being real mean. Sorry. That's what I used to say to Princess when she was being naughty.
I am honored to share the space in your mind occupied by your beloved horse.
Why are we so sexy anyway?
Beasts anyway, Andy. Seems even the mortals know what we're like.
I love the self-insight there.
We're powerful, immortal beings. Our capacity to explore is something no mortal can dream of, as is our capacity to be bored. Dr. Drain might say that we have dopamine cravings that become harder to satisfy over time, and that might well be true.
Well then.
Wait, so the older we get, the hornier we get?
You have an interesting future ahead of you, my friend. We'll make an international of you yet.
Oh, that's my curiosity satisfied. But speaking of which, I was talking about John.
I love the answer for that.
I fell for him hard. He wasn't into me like that, though. I don't think his wife got much from him, neither. That man was married to Mother Nature. But he was good company. I helped him map the West by sharing what I'd seen at night. I offered him my blood, but he was offended at that. He valued death and pitied my immortality. He just liked things as they were.
I mean, I can really respect that. I can respect somebody say, you know what, that's not for me. And I'm sorry that you have been turned that way.
I wish I had met him. His mindset aligns with accepting things without judgment, as we explore in therapy.
He was an incredible fella. When he told me, Sam, I'm gonna get Teddy Roosevelt to make a law protecting all this, I believed him. Before he died, he urged me never to forget the earth. But I got busy roaming and didn't notice the wilderness shrinking. My old gang tracked me down and drove me to you. If I can't help them see another way of living, they'll destroy this planet.
How is a group of gangsters going to destroy the planet?
Right. Well, the Mystic Bastards are doing more than robbing banks and holding up trains these days. They got organized. Now they're called Sanguinius Health. They're a health insurance company, draining folks of their blood, money, and hope.
You know what? That is just too perfect. Sanguinius Health? They're a health insurance company draining folks for everything.
Well, they're big now, too. Real big. Got friends in high places in the mortal world. Nobody knows they're vampires.
I was not aware of this company.
Well, they're good at keeping secrets. Even in the 1800s, we had a code language. They'd bring on the Infinite Dawn if it made them money. If I can't stop them, they surely will.
This sounds serious, but remember to not let your fears distort your thoughts. When we foresee only a negative end to a complex situation, this is called catastrophizing. Another extreme that colors our thinking.
Meaning, maybe things are rough, but I can't see every angle, right?
Yes, exactly. This is not to say your worries are overblown, but being able to imagine varied futures is useful enough. Let me give you an exercise so you can identify catastrophizing.
As vampires, we can imagine the worst outcome to any situation, because we've seen some real shit. But expecting disaster from the smallest issue ain't being honest with reality. Catastrophizing keeps us locked in fear of doom, but we can break out of this if we keep our cool. Dang it, I missed a shot. Now my reputation is gonna be shot too. I heard a rumor one of them is Dang Van Helsing in... Yeah, Van Helsing is in town. This is it, compadres, we're all dead. I feel weak tonight. I must be losing my vampire powers. Yeah.
I always make sure I keep my coffin key with me when I go to sleep. It would be embarrassing to be trapped in my coffin.
I mean, that is not catastrophizing, in my opinion. It's just funny.
I sent my friend Bazul the Bloodborne a funny cat video, but he left it on red. He is surely plotting my demise.
That's more catastrophizing, in my opinion.
That sounds like a pretty strong assumption to make.
Woohoo!
Maybe Bazul the Bloodborne was busy doing a puzzle.
Distortion Master.
Knitting a cape or something.
You are so wholesome, Samuel. I think I know what Bazul was doing, and it was not knitting. It could have been countless things, so you are correct. It is unlikely that he has left me unread out of malice. It was a really good cat video, though. I will send it to you later.
Can you send me the cat video too, please?
Oh, you never responded to that funny video I sent you of the horse pretending not to like carrots. That was a good one, huh?
Oh, I will have to remember to examine it later.
I don't think he watches any of my horse videos.
Nope.
I saw a rat in my club the other night. The health inspector will certainly shut us down and expose me as a vampire.
That's a bit too much. Shut it down. He won't expose you as a
I
vampire.
don't think one rat showing up at your club is going to make the health inspector take you down, boss. I mean, the rats were some of the cleanest things at a few saloons I've been to.
You are correct. That was some clear catastrophizing. I have not seen a rat here ever since I hired Bert.
Well, now we know where all the rat goes. Yum yum.
I can't say I ain't had a rat-eating phase myself.
Oh no, Bert eats everything. He's kind of like a vampire goat. I do not know how he does it.
Yum yum.
I guess Bert could eat the health inspector too.
I think they know better than to get too close. Oh no, I am trapped outside during the day, and it is the middle of summer. I shall burn to ashes.
But that is basically the truth.
When I DJ downstairs, I must ensure that I do not wait too long to drop the beat, or my patrons will think I am a terrible club owner and leave.
I think that's a bit of
I
it.
don't know, boss. I don't think anyone's gonna get all that worked up about dropping a beat. That's gotta be catastrophic.
But if you're a vampire, you're not a daywalker, and you're stuck outside in the middle of the summer in the sun, yeah, you're basically fried. Just saying it.
You are correct, Samuel. I am sure they will forgive me. Though, I do not let the beat drop too late or too early, but precisely when I mean to.
All right there, Gandalf.
Who is Gandalf?
Never mind. I think I get what catastrophizing is now. It's just hard to see other angles when I see how powerful my ex-gang's gotten, you know? But I know them. Well, they're just like I was. Maybe they've gotten better at being evil, but I get where it comes from now. That's why I feel this responsibility to help them. Now, I know that's a control fallacy. Maybe I can't help them, but I do want to try.
Wanting to guide them out of the darkness is not a cognitive distortion, Samuel. It is a noble aim.
I don't think they would listen.
I'm just not sure I can do anything. I'd probably just make them worse.
That sounds like catastrophizing to me, Samuel. I believe that you will help some and be unable to help others, or some may not be ready to be helped.
I reckon you're right. I gotta take things as they come. Just follow that flow of nature.
You are doing exceptionally well, Samuel. I have seen your clients slowly changing the way they look at themselves.
I don't know, Andy. Seems like there's a lot of work to do.
There always is. That we will have work to do is one of the few things we can truly expect.
That is true.
Well, I surely hope things keep going well.
Yep.
I am not a man of faith, Samuel, but I do have faith in you.
Do we only get 2 new ones?
Gosh.
Oh gosh.
Come, let us wind down together. Perhaps you'd like to play Settlers of Wallachia with me?
Settlers of Wallachia?
Well, that sounds like the kind of quiet evening I'm looking for.
Come then. I will set up the board.
Ooh. Game night! We get to see nothing of it. Boo! Boo, I tell you.
Good evening, Samuel. I hope we are feeling good about tonight.
Good enough. Did we win? Okay, golly, what a month. Took some time to go do some traveling in Europe between client sessions. Prague is a great place to be a vampire. Nobody gave my fangs a second look, well, unless I was biting them, which they didn't mind at all. And they hooked me up with some vampires in Paris, too. We took a trip to the catacombs and drank real expensive blood. It wasn't that good to me, but I've got simple tastes. Beautiful city, though. My clients are doing pretty well, I think. I even had one move on, so I guess I must be doing something right. And I learned 2 more distortions tonight. Oh, and Crimson, a lawyer? Did not see that one coming.
Honestly, yeah. I think Dr. Drain's starting to accept himself. That's what this is all about, ain't it?
Indeed, Samuel. There will always be room for self-improvement, of course. None of us are perfect, and none of us are irredeemable.
I reckon so. Whoever shows up tonight, I'll give him that same benefit of the doubt.
Oh, did we get Lord Ludicrous this time around?
You are a wonder, my dear. What distortions do you think you'll focus on tonight?
He's always been very good at the... Oh, we don't have that. Well, he was good at labeling. Always right. I think blaming.
I think these are the ones that are likely to come up.
They all do, one way or another. We are wildly irrational beings, my friend. But I will leave you...
Who do you think we're gonna get? Do we get Crazy Boy or not so Crazy Boy?
Alright, I think I'm ready. Here it comes. Hello, darling.
No, it's Lord Ludicrous. Not really.
Oh boy. Look, are we gonna have a civilized meeting this time, or are you gonna break them fangs out?
I'm going to do exactly what I want to do. And you know what? You're going to love it, American. So lay your cares and your underpants at the door, because Lord Luridus is here to take you away.
There we go again.
I guess Dr. Drain's back on the stuff again.
Why don't you ask the little worm yourself? Oh, Doctor, your master summons you.
Hello, Sam. Doc, what's going on here? Why is Lord Luridus calling himself your master?
Oh boy.
Because that's what he is. You've helped me accept that, curse you.
Dr. Drain. Seriously?
Whoa there, compadre. How did I help you accept Lord Lourdes as your master? That weren't ever a thing I encouraged.
You were correct. I was approaching my issue unscientifically. I thought I could restrain him forever, but I was suppressing my vampiric needs. I had to accept the scientific truth. I am not nature's master. Nature is the master of all. To fight that reality is folly.
No.
It is sad to see this hopeless, dire stance Dr. Drain has taken. We are rarely so helpless.
I had to accept the
Is
scientific
he
truth.
blaming?
I am not.
No, okay.
It is sad to see this hopeless, dire
Yes,
stance
yes.
Dr.
I had to
get it.
accept the...
Now hold on there, cowpoke. That's some extreme thinking there. I'm no scientist, but ain't fighting nature as natural as nature itself?
You're just babbling now.
No, we're
I
not.
ain't. Isn't fighting nature where we all come from? Why we walked out of the sea in the first place? Why anything lives?
Evolution is the inevitable result of a species' fight for survival. Those best adapted to their environments thrive, and those who do not die. It is not.
You
done
wrote
with
lore for
intent.
Luna? Gimme, gimme, gimme. Gimme, gimme, gimme.
Yeah, but them species are fighting nature, ain't they? And the fighting's what makes them what they are.
A simplistic interpretation, though I suppose not inaccurate, but still.
Doctor? You're gonna have to stop being two people and be just one. Come on.
I realized that I was suppressing a great part of myself. I did as you instructed, you know. I drank blood. Real blood. And it was incredible.
If you have it like in a Google document, you can just share the Google Doc with me and I can read it tomorrow. Then I have something cool to read while I work.
I had forgotten how it was not just the taste that made one feel satisfied. It's the feeling of life that it infuses in the body. I felt strong, confident, above the petty worries and squabbles that come with mortality. I felt like a vampire, like the base creature that I truly am. What choice had I but to welcome the truth? I am a slave to my nature.
For being a smart guy, you're really quite dumb.
So you see, I am his master. I always have been, and I always will be.
But you're not.
Just as I told you, therapist. The same dark master lies within you. You know this, don't you? I can see him behind your eyes. Oh yes, you cannot hide him from me. You cannot hide the blood, the screaming, the power you felt when you stripped the life and dignity from those pathetic mortals.
I'm sorry, Lord Ludicrous, but you are being ludicrous.
I know your thoughts, my leather-bound friend. I know what you crave. Lie back, and I will give it to you.
No thanks.
You poor, pathetic creature. You cannot even accept my gifts, can you? You wear the American flag as your chastity cage.
I like the way the sister's going like, are you done?
You know, I think I'll pick up one of those at the sex shop on the way home. I wouldn't want the dear doctor using my beloved equipment.
You really think you can dominate him completely? That's a control fallacy, amigo. Dr. Drain tried to shut you out and couldn't. You can't shut him out either.
I don't need to shut him out any longer, naive fool. He has accepted that I am his true nature, and that I will always know what is best for him.
Yeah, Junior should... What?
Lord Lourdes is a single-minded individual, but there are significant drawbacks to only having a single mind.
I don't need to shut him out any longer, naive fool. He has accepted that I am his...
Now that's another distortion, Lourdes. You always know what's best for Dr. Drain? Bullshit. You got a one-track mind and it's headed right for a stick in the heart.
So let me get this straight. My mind is a train, yes? And it will receive a stake in its heart?
Oh, now you're just being nitpicky with my words. You know what I'm saying. You can't think of anything but blood and sex. You don't know what's best for Dr. Drain.
And I suppose you know what's best for him, American. I suppose it's faith in the good Lord Jesus Christ and the cold caress of a gun.
Can I slap him? He is the one side character. He's the one character that I continuously feel like just slapping over the back of the head.
I know enough to know I don't have all the answers.
Oh, bravo! Thank you for enlightening me. What an inspiring genius you are.
Look, put Dr. Drain back on. I want to get his take on all this.
But of course. Talk to him all you like. He's a good boy now and knows what's best for him.
Doc, what's going on here? This ain't you. You're maybe the most motivated fella I ever met. Lord Luridus ain't who you are.
Don't you see, Sam? He is who I am. When I drank that real blood again, I knew it. I felt him. Every time I indulge, he will take over.
Look, Doc, you're going to the most extreme consequences here. Thinking the worst is gonna happen every time you drink blood ain't too scientific. Maybe you ain't got your intake right yet. Or maybe getting a bit more satisfaction will make Luridus less, desperate. Him showing up doesn't need to be the end, partner.
I suppose my horror at his presence is tainting my interpretation of the data.
Mm-hmm.
I shall endeavor to be a little more clear-headed. It's just... I wish that Lord Luridus were not a natural outcome of my vampiric needs.
But is he?
It isn't fair. I have worked so hard to overcome our curse. Don't I deserve a better nature?
Nope.
Dang, that fella looks pretty down. What can I do?
Give him some cowboy wisdom.
Partner, I gotta pass on a little cowboy wisdom here. And that is, a horse is a horse. Of course, of course.
I had to. It's his strength.
Good God. I think my brain just succumbed to age and rotted out of my head. If that is cowboy wisdom, I shudder to imagine what cowboy ignorance is.
I'm serious. Tell me, Doc, what is a horse?
Equus ferus cabalus, an ungulate of the family Equidae. Herbivorous perissodactyls, they...
No, I didn't say classify a horse. I asked what is a horse.
It's a horse.
What do you mean, what is a horse?
I'm asking just that. Don't describe it, just tell me, what's a horse?
It's an animal you can ride on?
What the hell are you saying? A horse is a horse!
Exactly!
Of course!
I'm sorry, when is the sunrise today? I think I should like to meet it.
Oh dear.
And what are you, Dr. Drain?
I'm a vampire.
And a vampire is a vampire.
Of course.
So what would you tell a friend who's
feeling
bad about being a vampire?
I love that. They just did the whole horse is a horse, of course, of course.
I would tell them that it is ridiculous to feel bad about what they are.
Should you start telling this to yourself as well then, Dr. Drain?
Let's soften that up a little.
I would tell them there is no reason to feel bad about what they are.
So why don't you tell yourself that? You all right there, partner?
Just give me a moment. Dr. Drain, there is no reason to feel bad about what you are.
Shucks.
Yeehaw! Now that's what I'm talking about.
Please tell me you did not just yee-haw during my breakthrough.
I couldn't help it. I'm proud of you, buckaroo.
Oh, yes. Dr. Drain should be very proud of who he is.
Oh, shove it.
You forget my little gun fetishist friend. I am Dr. Drain.
No, I don't think you
I am the
are.
truest part of him. And you have no idea what depravities I've been up to. What uncharted places I have explored with my tongue alone.
Ew.
And it's all Dr. Drain's fault. He made me feral.
All right, Dr. Drain, I know you're in there. We gotta admit something. You're giving a little too much blame to Lord Luridus here. You can control this guy, but because you're blaming him, you're giving him a pass to be depraved.
Oh, that's not why he gives me a pass, darling. It's because he loves depravity. The murderous little pervert can't wait for me to take over. I should be so proud of how filthy he is. You know why he loves it when I take over? Because it feels good. He knows that because he feels that delicious blood euphoria.
If you like him,
it is because that is what he is meant
preferably
to feel.
hard.
No, you unfuckable wretch. Dr. Drain should not be proud of me. I'm sick. I'm twisted. I am a filthy motherfucker.
Labeling.
If she weren't long dead. Actually, I wonder where old Mama's buried.
I get what you're trying to do.
You're trying to get Dr. Drain to feel bad by using them labels. How's he ever gonna come to terms with you if you're making yourself so gross to deal with?
Oh, perhaps you're not as stupid as you look. That's exactly why I call myself those incredibly accurate names. That's why he fears me. That's why he will always be my slave. He cannot bear to be associated with me, and yet here I am.
Yeah, he needs to accept all of him.
You know, he thinks his mother died of old age. But you know what I think? I think she died of shame, because she knew I was her real son all along. Oh, admit it. You know what Dr. Drain
Yeah, he's a vampire.
is. No matter how great a scientist he may be, Dr. Drain is a creature of
That's
pure
fine.
shame. That
We
is
don't
the
mind
essence of his
confusing.
being. That is why I believe you've inspired something in me. I can add a new sentiment to my feelings about your little doctor. Pity. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Such a shame. Now why must you deny the poor little worm? If he loves science as much as he pretends to, he knows that I am inevitable. He should give in to me.
You should
It ain't
not.
up to you to decide what Dr. Drain should or shouldn't do. All them shoulds were the thing that made him lock you up in the first place. They're what made him afraid and ashamed, because he was always thinking about what he should be or do.
Of course, they were his own creation, but he cannot help it. He knows in his heart that he should... Lord Luridus,
Yes. Go, Dr. Drain.
did I give you permission to speak, my little worm? I don't need permission. I just wanted to tell you something.
Finally.
Oh, he wants to tell me something. Well, go ahead, darling. Tell me something. I shall remember it when I'm shagging a football fanatic in a dumpster. I accept you.
Yes. That's a boy. That's a good boy. That's a good doctor. Yes, indeed. Finally.
What do you mean you accept me? You cannot accept me. I am your nightmare made flesh. I am the reflection in the mirror you
You're
do not
gone.
see.
That's what you are. Bye-bye.
Nevertheless, I accept you. I accept your bloodlust. I accept your violence.
I accept that you are me.
You accept my cock.
That too.
Yes, I accept even that. I will not deny you any longer. But as you are me, I am you. I take responsibility for all your actions. I shall feed you and nourish you, and you shall live by the Hippocratic oath I have sworn. Dare you to try, you sniveling... No, I do not need to try. You and I are one. I know you.
Feels so good.
Accept you.
Yes. Yes, Dr. Drain. Yes, yes, yes.
And I love you all the same.
Fuck yes. Good boy.
Curse you. Curse you both. You sicken me.
Bye, Lord Ludicrous. Because that's what we call you.
You do not sicken me. I accept you.
Good.
No.
Yes.
I accept you.
Yes. Bye. We helped Dr. Drain find himself. Woohoo! Aw, he looks different. I like it.
Dr. Drain,
You alright?
are you all right?
Yes, Sam. I am fine.
You look fine.
I feel fine. It is a very new feeling. I'm not sure I know what to do with it.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but do you want to go down and dance in the club?
Dance? Dance? Would I like to dance?
Yes, I think you would.
Yes. Yes, I would like to dance. Let us dance.
I was hoping you wouldn't say yes, but let's go, partner.
Ah, we're getting on him the He looks fine indeed. Indeed. Time to go on the dance floor, cowboy.
Let us cut rugs.
Let's cut rugs. Lol. Dr. Drain accepted Lord Ludicrous and all his needs. I think it's gonna be a smooth sailing from here on in. Figured out Lord Ludicrous' needs aren't bad or good. Dr. Drain accepted that he is a vampire and it comes with certain realities. Going forward, I think it will be important thing is make sure that Lord Ludicrous comes out in healthy ways. I don't want to see that the drain digging up his mother or nothing.
I ain't much of a dancer.
You're gonna dance anyway, honey.
Neither am I, but dancing is what I feel like doing.
So let's go.
Guess we're dancing then.
Now, what the hell am I looking at?
Good question. Even Bird is laughing.
Bert, you be nice.
Yes, be nice. Laughs, obviously. I love that you laugh.
I guess that explains why Sam doesn't dance.
Yeah, can we see?
Crimson, most dear, have you seen Samuel? I usually check.
Yes, he be dancing, son. He be dancing. Okay, this is just too good.
Check it out, Sugar Blood.
Sugar Blood.
What is he doing?
Dancing.
I think he's goth square dancing.
Goth square dancing.
So he is.
That smile. Now he just laughed.
We should not laugh.
Now circle right and do-si-do.
But then again, that is a should statement.
That is a should statement.
The master therapist once again enters his domain.
Oh, that was priceless.
Oh, come on, Andy. I'm just the right cowpoke in the right place at the right time.
A cowpoke who has a habit of disqualifying the positive. It is ungracious to deny a compliment, my dear. You are an excellent therapist and an inspiring dancer.
Sorry, I'm still imagining him trying to teach him square dancing with a stuck-up Dr. Vampire, and it's wonderful in my mind. I wish they would have shown them to us, but I will.
All right. That's enough of that.
You are seeing Senora Deste tonight, yes?
I do think that maybe we should save here because it's almost 11. So I don't think I have time for Signora. So I think we should do this. We save. Yeah, it seems like a good spot because we finished one. So this seems like a good spot. We have more for next week anyway since I got the DLC. Yes, the DLC. Such a nice thing to have. Yeah, couples therapy. With chances for love. I just hope it has something with a certain priest. Yeah. Could be fun. There's a chance for love for our buckaroo here. Yeah, that's all I'm saying too. That priest better be there. Or we will be sorely disappointed. But yes, we will stop here for today. We are very much in agreement on that one. That's for sure. But yeah, we will end it here for today. And let's see. Who do we raid? That's my question. Oh wow. Well, Psycho is playing Phasmo. Since we're playing Phasmo tomorrow, I'll say that we'll go there. Because why not? That's usually where I kick you people off to. And him playing Phasmo is usually a really good time. So with that, I am gonna send you